Welcome everyone to the Saikyosen Team Battle coverage here on the World Reach channel. Yesterday we watched Table C. They did not finish. Today we will watch Table D and we'll also get the results for Table C as they're happening simultaneously with this final D table. I'm Jen from JPML. That's Nate, Nathanael from World Reach. Also commentator for Armo, like main bestest commentator for Armo. Hi Nate.
Hi Jen, it's good to be back in the WRC channel for Mahjong Saikyosen playoffs continuing here in July. It's been a little bit of a break.
Well, I mean, yeah, the channel didn't actually take a break, but we
channel's
took a break
busy.
from, all of this coverage. We actually missed the first Sankei Shimbun Cup, which we will cover next week, because it was just too much coverage of everything. We've been covering, of course, the M League World Reach Tour, which was incredible. And also from Hong Kong, they've been giving us some of their World Reach matches over there, which is also awesome, and I can't wait to go.
Yeah, those have been quite fun to watch. I got to commentate the first one they did, which was happening right around the M League call-up. And they recently held a couple more happening very soon, I think, our schedule. So that's going to be exciting to carry on, but we're here for Mahjong Saikyosen.
Yes, the Saikyosen Team Battle, which means that the top team, once we get to the end of this, we're not even close to the end yet. I guess we're close to the end, but we're right in the middle of the playoffs here. And the top team are all going to get a seat in the 2027 Saikyosen, which is, it's hard to get into. There's so many qualifiers over the year for both pros and amateur players.
Absolutely, a lot at stake in these battles. Just as a reminder of how we got here, we had our initial round of games, several rounds, and the top player of that qualifier went straight to the final table. The next three players went straight to Table D, one of the final qualifying tables, and then the remaining teams entered tables B and A. We watched the round of Table A and Table B, where the top three of Table B advanced and the top two Table A advanced. We are currently watching the final round of qualifiers towards that final table, and as we saw yesterday, Table C wasn't quite determined yet. We don't know who that one team is that will be advanced to the final table. We'll figure that out today as we watch Table D play. The scores for Table C will also be coming in as well. So we'll get to see all of our qualifiers towards this final table tonight. Should be a good time.
Yep, so it'll only be 3 games. The thing with Table C was it was 5 games, and they only streamed 6 at the Saikyosen in the Japanese stream, and we get all of those matches. So we also do 3 per day. So Table D only has 3 games, and I guess in the US they've started calling this set matches, which is or set games, set play. Yeah, it's if you say set play in Japanese, no one's gonna understand you. They're gonna think that you're just playing very casual games at home with your friends with no set number of games. But that's my own pet peeve. Anyway,
What do you prefer over set play?
I guess if it were poker, it would be like a shootout. In the top certain number of players move on. But I think that I have a term in my book that I totally forgot what it was, but I think just like knockout rounds or something. Like I have to look in my book and I'll have to think and be more, because when I wrote it in my book, it wasn't actually that much of a thing in the US.
For sure.
The term wasn't actually used as much. In Japanese, they call it tournament style. When 2 advance from each, it's called tournament style. And when you say set play, it's the opposite of free play, where free play is where you play against people you don't know, and set play is where you rent a table with your friends.
That's true.
So, yeah. So I'm on this very not ambitious crusade.
Changing the terminology for the future.
I mean, it's a very new term. I think it's okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. People will choose, and I'll probably be on the wrong side of history, but that's fine. Just a word.
Well, I am looking forward to getting to these games. Do we have any anything to check out before we look at the players for this first match?
Well, we do want people to sign up for the World Reach Online Team League.
That's true.
I am still unrecruited. Never picked Jenn. I don't have a team. Yeah, it's going on. You can look on the worldreach.org website. I think there's information on there. And I have said, whoever invites me to their team, I will play on.
Yeah, I actually did see a couple US players looking to get something going there. Get a team added a little bit late. Missing the first week is totally fine. You can join at any time. So, absolutely, if you want to still get involved, there's a way to do that. Just check out the WRC website, Online Team League 2026.
It is 2026. I feel like 2026 has been going so fast, but I feel like it's been 2026 for like an eternity. Like preparing for the tour.
That call out, exactly. We've talked about it at the start of every broadcast for so long. It feels like we're missing something now that it's over. But it was,
yeah, exactly. It was really great though. It was better than I hoped and expected for something that I was working on so much, because I never have high expectations when I'm working on something.
Well.
I have very low self-esteem in that aspect. So, but because the rest of the team was so amazing, it turned out they just like took. I would come up with crazy ideas, and they would come up with good ideas, but they would also make my crazy ideas work, and everything like ended up looking and turning out really great. So
that's the best
I
way.
was so humbled. So humbled. Yep. All right, I think we're ready to introduce our players.
Very good.
Or do we want to talk about the system? Or we can.
I think we sort of described it, but yeah, let's pop into that player. Who we got for game number 1?
The East seat will be Haruka Kinoshita representing City Plus, a JPML pro. In the South seat, Ren Yamada, who I don't even know if he would like this or hate this, but I'm convinced that he was named for Ren in the manga Nana, playing for Little, also a JPML pro. The West seat, Chifumi Yamawaki, playing for 4 seasons, a JPML pro as well, and oh, what's this? JPML pro, Tsubasa Kihara in the North seat, playing for Aoge, the Keirin news site.
All right, these are our players, and as you mentioned, our point system remains a table points matter most. First place +3, second place +2, third place only 1 point, fourth place gets nothing. Placement.
Yep, so
Central.
3 games after it's all reset for this round, so whatever they got in the qualifying rounds is gone.
We have Ipatsu Nira, we have 30k points, starting points. No ties, that's broken by dealer priority. And no busting, of course. Not as relevant here, the points, but certainly matters about when it gets to all last and wondering if the game's going to end. Does not end without the dealership passing. Head bump is on as well. That's always fun when that gets involved, but this will be our scenario for our first game. Let's head that direction and see how things go here for Table D.
Yeah, so it's basically WRC rules. I think the Saikyosen often uses a 25,000 point starting, but with no Uma, they have just gone to 30,000 points starting. No Uma, no Oka. And I think it's because of that point system that they're using. That since there's no Oka, they can start with 30. It's a little bit easier to do the math when it's 0 instead of 5.
It definitely makes sense with this type of system. So our first dealer in the south seat. And as we can see on the scores, 0s across the board. We're starting fresh here on Table D. Game number 1 out of 3. Dora 8-mon for this hand. Looks like not the most valuable of a set of tiles for Kinoshita, but we'll see how things develop as the dealer. Yamawaki holding 1 copy of the Dora. Kihara as well, 1 copy of the Dora, and grabs the 7-mon as well. Those tiles look really connected.
Nate, I think the Dora's 7-mon.
Oh, you're right. It's the 7-mon. That's okay.
We like to keep traditions here. on the
We do
development
enjoy
stream.
our traditions. The Dora tradition, of course, is to always go 1 higher than what's shown on the screen. Yeah, I do see a 6-mon indicator, so 7-mon
The
indeed.
fun thing about that tradition is we always, like, all of us have taken turns doing that. It's
Right.
not like one person who always does it.
Kihara has drawn the Dora attached into the 8-mon, and looks like Yamada can accept the Dora as well, connecting to the 6-mon. Another pair, actually a few players now with starting to build pairs there. It's the Dora itself connecting to the 8-mon. Always nice when your Dora floater, your Dora connector tile rather, you actually draw the Dora fairly early on in the round. You don't have to wait out for it later on. Nice 4-pin for Yamawaki, moving closer to Tempai now. Kihara basically set now after drawing that 8-so in the previous draw. Has his Ishanten all ready to go. Green Dragon pair for Yamada. And a triplet now for Yamawaki. Makes a really strong bid. Being able to catch up to Kihara right now. Kinoshita still a little
Also
bit
kind of
behind.
Moving towards an inside hand for Yamawaki, it's Hanyao. It is that 6. Oh, okay, just drew the wrong side. But that's Tempai. Reach.
Yeah, we have seen in the past players be a little bit but here, immediate chase there. This with the 6-mon draw for potential Tanyao. HP door potential Tanyao. Yamawaki trying to do better than just Tanyao Dora 1. Passes on the 6-mon and immediately draws to Tempai, so very rewarded. Kinoshita actually 2 back-to-back amazing draws. Will we see a push? Sort of.
Yeah, Kinoshita has been studying with, at least last year in the Sankei Shimbun Cup, last season was studying with Kei Nakabayashi as the coach for their team. And also the opponent team for us in the World Reach Championship team.
Oh, 5-pin, that's a Tsumo. He reached Tsumo Dora and the Ura as well. Patience rewarded. Full Mangan value.
And that's exactly the sweet spot that Akutsuoi says to go for, that you reach with Adora and I guess, wait. Oh no, it's just one less. Never mind. I'll talk about that later. When
Okay,
it actually shows up. That didn't show up.
It's also kind of interesting. I was going to comment as it came through, but so much else was happening that Yamada was holding the 6-mon for quite a while, hoping to connect the door, and then chose to discard it with perfect timing as that became a key tile for both Yamawaki and Kihara. So we'll see if the good timing continues here as we move to his dealership. Kinoshita, a much better looking hand here with the north pair. She has moved into the north seat, so excellent timing to pull that in. 9 Sodora. This hand, 1 copy for Kiana. Another slightly awkward to use Dora tile. This one, terminal. Kinoshita continues to improve her shapes. Yamada actually choosing to keep the single copy of the East, both his seat wind and the round wind, over holding onto the 1-mon, 2-mon Penchon. So I can do better, and it draws that 5-pin, makes an Anko now. One pin, not quite so useful here. I mean, if anything for the 2-3-4 rather than the 1-2-3. Nice 8-mon fill for Yamawaki. There's the Dora connector, 7 so. Now just needs an 8 so to complete that shape. Oh, 8 bon. Another fill for our dealer. It's a little bit interesting because you of course want to connect upwards to the Dora 9 so. Also maybe move in the direction of Sanchoku as well. So a nice draw for Yamawaki. Chooses to discard the green dragon as we look at the hand once again. Needs to find a pair. The 5, 6, 7, 8 shape as the final weight would be an excellent pair accepting shape. Maybe.
Hello to dude in the chat. Sorry I was late. Saying hello.
Welcome.
We love having you here.
All right, we have our tempai. It will be held quietly. Is this a wait 1 turn for the Dora, or maybe a couple turns for the Dora?
I mean, it's a Nobeton, right?
Funnily enough,
Is it the 5, 6, 7, 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it looks
I
like
think you. I don't know. I don't know what to do there.
it
I
does,
mean,
it does look
it's
like the
not a
greedy
great
play.
weight with a Nobeton. Nobeton with the Dora indicator is not
That's true.
considered to be a good weight.
Yeah, it's not likely that the 7 pin would have won. It's not likely that players will want to cut the 8 so. As we can see, even the dealer holding 2 copies of the 8 so and 2 copies of the 5 so. So that weight actually not very live. Here is that dealer hand. Also, you shunt them. The 7 pin again. Wow.
Oh my god. It's like salt on the wound.
Ishanten for Kihara. Chi Toitsu Dora 2. 7 pairs, 2 cups of Dora could be a valuable hand. Definitely is valuable. We'll see if it becomes a valuable win. Needs to find Tempai first, and there it is! The 6 pin draw immediately. No Riichi waits on the 2 mon silently.
1, 2 mon on the board, I think.
Tempai for dealer will slam that Riichi with the 5 mon. Waiting 5, 8 so as well, so Yamawaki can no longer change this weight so easily.
And the 5, 8 is not going to look safe, so she's not going to even try to change that.
Oh, but the Dora draw.
That's what she's waiting for. Now, if she pushes, she'll push the 5 and wait for the Dora or a possible Sanshoku.
Yeah, neither 5 so or 6 so are safe, so generally you want to choose the wider weight, and that's exactly what Yamada was looking for. Each only. Oh, it's an Ura. So Riichi Ura 1.
But as dealer, that'll be 3,900 points.
Yamawaki will not lose the Riichi stick though. Yamada collects his own back, and things even up a little bit here.
That is the only thing I think in the entire deck that could have got Yamawaki to discard that 5.
Absolutely. It is the one tile that she was waiting for. The one improving draw. And came at the wrong time, just after dealer Tempai. Yeah, we'll continue here. That's a lot of honor tiles. 3 dragons, 3 wins, 4 wins. It's perhaps a little bit slow there. Kihara not so slow. Could this be Junchan? Yeah, 5 mon immediately, not even hedging the Itsu in the Monzu. We see the tiles sorted out again for the dealer. Yeah, that's gonna be an interesting hand to play. To the door this time. Starting to collect Monzu is the dealer Yamada, so we might have Honitsu on our hands. Half flush. All those honor tiles. Alright, Chuso retained here over the 9 pit, so just efficiency play from Kihara not dreaming about the potential Junchan. And also the dealer keeps drawing excellent Mon tiles. So good draw.
Mons are all pretty much completed in there. I want to find maybe an extra one that spreads it for like a 3-sided way, or
yeah, I absolutely with that. With the extended sequential shape in the Monza, any connecting tile is going to feel really good. And there's connecting dragon. Green dragon pairs up, and immediately comes out. Ooh,
does
no call.
not owned.
You know, sometimes when I'm playing, I get caught looking down as someone makes a quicker than anticipated discard, and I miss my opponent. I don't know if that was the case here.
I think maybe it was more that he doesn't have enough. He didn't have enough sequences because, as we mentioned, the Monzu were all completed. He did draw the 6 afterwards, so
Yeah.
I do think we'll see the second one pwned. Now he has enough, at least, materials to create the blocks that he needs.
Yeah, almost an awkward 3-pin draw because we can sometimes not use both copies of the door for Kihara, but we're not going to be too sad if we get to declare Riichi, even if that means sacrificing one of the Dora. A little thought towards 6, 7, 8 Sancho there for Yamawaki. There it is. There's the Tenpai sacking the Dora for Riichi, Pinhu, sometimes Sanchoku on the 1-so. The 4-so also going to be a win. Of course, still one Dora in that hand. So big opportunity for Kihara. 1-so is discarded once, twice, and there's one copy is in the dead wall as the Dora indicator. So the expensive side, not as likely. Even the 4-so has been discarded once. Oh, but he finds it. The 1-so draw not too... didn't take too long to find it, and the 4-so is the Uda indicator.
You see them almost get mixed up. He had to pull that 1-so back over to the side so that it was clear what he won on.
Each small Pinhu. Sanchoku Dora 1. It's a Haneban. Just the absolute best possible result here for Kihara, who takes over first place from third. And dealership moves forward. Yamawaki will have her chance now from second. As we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, this is, of course, a 3-game series. Top 2 players.
Or teams, even. So we will see these players switch out with their teammates during the 3 games. And then the top two teams will advance to the final table.
Placement, of course, the most important thing. 3 points for first, 2 points for second. Those will be the 2 main goals. Only 1 point for third place.
And they will keep track of the raw scores, the earned scores, so just above or below 30,000 will be plus and minus scores that they'll show up from game 2 there, up on the not the yellow zeros, but the white zeros.
Mm-hmm.
And that will be the tiebreaker for if any of the team, or if 2 teams have the same score in, it would be second and third place. If they have first and second place have the same score, it doesn't matter. They both move on.
All right, what is the ideal path here? We have 2 Sadora, Yamada holding 1 copy, our dealer Yamawaki hoping to draw 1, but I believe we've seen a couple drawn already. She just locks in that 3-4-so shape that accepts both the 2-so and the 5-so. Oh, the beautiful 3-so connector. Door locked in and 2-4 Sancho chance. I'm liking this for Kinoshita. Yamada does make a sequence, and It's going to be interesting to see if he can use that Dora. He has two sort of sequence pair combos, 233 and 667 mon. If you make two sequences out of that, then you could wait Dora Tanki. But ideally, you would just connect to the Dora and then use one of those mon shapes as the pair and one of them as the sequence. Oh, there's another dragon for Kihara. Could we see? Is it possible? And Daisangan shows its. Whoa! How about pairing up the Dora?
Yeah, mahjong's easy.
So easy. Just imagine the perfect draw, and then. Speaking of which, that's the Chitoi Tenpai. We're not going to hold out for dragons now. Oh, but then the white dragon. I think that's the one that was paired up already. Green dragon, wait. For Riichi, Chitoi.
Not sure how I feel about it. I guess he already has points, but in the East round, I kind of want to be poning those and maybe go for like a Hoitsu. It's just such an easy like mangan hand rather than a potential only 1600.
Oh, there's Dora. Dealer's just gonna call that. Tanyao Dora 3. Or sorry, that's not Dealer, that's Yamada who just passed the dealership, but that is suddenly an incredible hand. It's still a mangan. So it won't be a deal in. I think maybe Kihara, if he had seen the dragon before getting Tenpai, would have called it, perhaps. But when he drew into Tenpai, it became suddenly just didn't have the need to wait any longer.
It's a guaranteed mangan if he gets 2 ura. Okay, getting 2 ura is not, that's the opposite of guaranteed.
I appreciate the optimism, though. I'm never optimistic when it comes to Ura. In fact, I'm the exact opposite of optimistic.
No,
I assume I'm not going to get it, and if I do happen to pull one, then something's gone terribly wrong.
I think it's sort of a trend that is very different than the way that I was trained. I was trained to go for a lot of bigger hands, and I'm not trained so much in efficiency. And the players younger than me are mostly trained really well in efficiency.
Kinoshita with the Kanchan Riichi chase immediately Ipatsu Tsumos. Ichipatsu Tsumo Tanyao Dora? The full mangan?
Since, yeah, everybody has been going back and forth with the points here. Really big hands.
Has everyone gotten a win at this point?
Yeah, I think so. I think Yamada's was not too high. It was only 3,900, but everyone else has gotten pretty big mangan or hanemon.
This is fantastic action. No one refusing to fall behind. Or I guess everyone refusing to be left behind.
But yeah, it's very I learn a lot by watching the more efficient players, and have been studying a lot of efficiency myself also to sort of catch up, because I was thrown right in with the players like, you know, Takeo Kojima and Moriyama Shigekazu, who are like a big hand, known for really big hands, and holding out, even sacrificing efficiency for big hands.
Kihara this time not holding out on the calls, just grab that early dragon. And as the dealer, with all the shapes pretty much confirmed in his hand, makes some amount of sense. Also, there's a look towards the flush if he chooses to angle in that direction. We'll have to sacrifice the Dora 1 pin in order to get there, and needs, according to the current shapes, needs the 3-mon twice, which is a little bit tricky. There's the north, and that will be called. Now the decision. 1 mon. So holds on to the Dora shape, but this doesn't give up on the flush completely. As we, saw that 3-mon acceptance was a bit weak when you need it twice. But if he draws something that connects to the 4 mon, such as a 5, then he can change his mind and go right back into that flush idea. Another pair here for Kinoshita, and we'll actually cut the 3, so aiming for pairs. It looks like a little bit unfortunate to have given up the door already and then move to pairs, but... Or maybe it's triplets. There's... Oh, okay, let's let go. No Suanko dreams here. Oh, 2 mon. Draws an Anko. Tenpai now. That Anko also gives a Fu boost. Currently Tenpai for Yakuhai, Dora 1, 40 Fu. Flow stealing is not something that I'm well practiced in.
There are people who are sure they are well practiced in that.
I do hear that calling tiles is a way of managing flow, and I do have a higher call rate than most.
It's the intention of the call to change the flow rather to advance your own hand. That's the trick.
Does Ipatsu break count? I do that occasionally. Sometimes you just know. You just know that they're gonna get that tile, and you just gotta break it, whether it's good for you or not.
Yeah, it counts if it actually keeps them from winning, and when you do it, and then it gives them their tile anyway, or instead, then you've failed.
Kihara has been looking for this 2-pin. After 2 calls now, players definitely on high alert. And 3 of those 2 pins are being held currently. This is Ishanten for Yamawaki, but she does not want to play the red dragon out. Understandable after a white dragon call and a north wind call. Dragons are looking super scary. Would have gotten Tenpai here, but again, understandable to just play away from this dealer, Tenpai. These draws have looked so good, but nothing to be done in the face of a scary dealer hand. There's 1 copy of the 2-pin, I believe. Oh no, it's been discarded early, so actually just not going to be able to win this hand. I guess there is a chance for Yamawaki to get into Tenpai, but she will have to dare the red dragon. Eight pin, not quite the Tenpai tile. I think she will get 1 more draw. Opportunity to switch the weight for Toy Toy. I'm not willing to drop the Dora here.
Yeah.
Alright, last discard. Is it Tenpai? It is not. Yeah, that would have been really interesting to see if she did draw into Tenpai. Would we have seen that Jun come out? It feels maybe too difficult.
Yeah.
Especially because it's worth an extra Han to deal in on the last discard.
Yeah, when you don't have, I mean, clearly don't have any chance to win yourself at that point.
Right? The value.
A lot of those pieces are you're going to need the return, possible return of winning yourself.
Oh, this is a really pretty hand. Already 1, 2, 3, 4 Liamen shapes and a pair. So Kihara basically set I can't imagine any other hand that we're looking at is going to look anywhere close. This might be Kokushi. Kinoshita with 3 pairs and 1 copy of the 6 Mandora. See all the wins. 1, 2, 3 1s and 9s, as well as 1 dragon that's been paired up for Yamawaki. Just getting an idea of how close she is to actually getting that Kokushi. Tuma, this is a decision point. Are we going to move into a flush? Yes. 7-mon choice here from Kihara looks a little bit strange just from an efficiency standpoint, but the 6-mon is Dora. He just locks in that pair immediately. Because he has so many shapes, he could afford to do this.
You want to ruin efficiency, just have a floating Dora in your hand.
It worked out pretty well for some of these players. Oh, there's the 8.
Especially with these rules, if you're used to playing like online with red 5s, when you have red 5s in the deck, you don't have to worry about Dora acceptance quite as much because there's so many other like opportunities, so you can play a bit more efficiently, even giving up Dora more often, I feel like. In these rules, there's only 1 Dora unless you can con or reach, so you kind of take care of that Dora a little bit more carefully.
There's the 8 pin, so it looks like we're going to break another shape. Will it? Oh, drops it. That's 3d10. Even so, I'm wonder about, like, if we had Tanyao guaranteed, then it seems pretty reasonable to play towards an open hand. But the 7/8 so is not necessarily a guaranteed Tanyao, even though the 9s has been discarded twice. Switching up the floating tile, maybe we could build another block in the Sozu. Kinoshita also builds a second shape in the Sozu, but slims that down to just a 3-tile shape. There's the Green Dragon, and there's a Palm. So we already had 7, 8, 9 Mon, and now the Green Dragons as well. The plan is pretty clear. Yamawaki aims for Honitsu in the Dora suit. And there's the pawn into the Tepai. Getting away from the 8 so there. Doesn't need the acceptance of the 9, so with the open hand, open Tanyao. Doesn't need and doesn't want to accept that tile. Rearranging the tiles in the hand so that should a force so come out, he could chi without giving up too much information. Pair is now available for Yamada. Kinoshita still looking for a couple tiles. There's the sequence, but this isn't quite the direction that Yamada wanted to move. Plays out the 4 so. Oh, third Dora, and now we're going to switch the weight. 2 5 so now. 2 so's been discarded a couple times. Couple 5 so in the hand already.
I think 2 so kind of looks good here. Not the so's aren't too scary looking on the board itself.
Yeah, doesn't feel too unnatural to see that come out. A triplet now could even see 2 so 4 so.
The only thing is that 7 so Teirashi, the 7 so coming from hand. Does that trigger the for people to be wary of the lower Sozu.
And of course, dealer's already opened the hand, so eyes on the dealer actions.
And I think we might have seen that Tuso come out from Kinoshita if there weren't so many 7 pins on the board. I think the 4-7 pin weight is kind of dead, and that's why she decided to do that.
Yeah, so not necessarily a purely defensive move, but there's also some offensive reasons as well. Makes some sense. Can switch the weight. Does switch the weight to 360.
It's a money hall problem from that. Money hall, money hall. If you can switch your weight, switch your weight. Always switch your weight.
Oh, well, there's the 3-so. We're not going to see that come out, not at this stage of the game. 3-pin, no go. 6-pin a little bit safer. We have hit the end of the hand. It will go to a draw, and the dealer is the only one tenpai. So yeah, we'll get to remain the dealer. Picks up a few thousand points. Now, as we enter another East 4, has built up a bit of a lead. I think he's over 40,000 points now. And yeah, 42,300. Over 12,000 gap between the other players. Is it out of reach? I wouldn't say that's a guarantee because we've seen the players build some very spicy hands so far up to this point. A lot of manga and sumos. Kihara probably looking good to at least get a second place. And in this type of position, I feel like it's easy to feel some pressure to be a little bit more passive, just sit on your lead. But time and time again, top players show they can find a way to win, even when they don't have to necessarily. Well, this hand looks quite exciting for Yamada. Another pair-based hand. There's a red dragon. I think Kinoshita as well had an interesting one. Chance at the 345 Sanchoku. One copy of the Dora 8-so. Yamawaki here with 2 Dora and also 4 pairs. 6-mon sequence filler. Maybe can pull the straight with a 4-mon and a 9-mon draw. Six-so Anko, it's returned. And now some decisions to be made. You have to sacrifice efficiency somewhere. If you are committed to G-Toy, it makes sense to cut away from the triplet, but I don't think that's the necessarily going to be the play here with Dora 2. You just want to get to a tempai as quickly as possible, so cuts away from the Kanchon shape. And there's Dora connector for Kinoshita. Will be allowed to break away from this weak Penchon shape, and it's one of the, if not the best draw for Kinoshita in that hand. That isn't a shape completing draw. There's another pair. We're going to see the Riichi on the Suji trapped 2-pin. Now, players should be suspicious. Why is that 1-mon in your hand?
Yeah, the 1-mon should be suspicious, but I don't know if I don't think the 2-pin Suji will necessarily be suspicious. It's far enough away from the reach. The 7-pin is coming out after it. Something is suspicious here, but what is it kind of thing?
Right.
More like I think the honor tiles. People would be worried about honor tiles. You see that south go right into Kinoshita's hand, even though she can't use it.
It's also kind of interesting because he, discarding the one mon for Tempai, he had the option to wait on the one mon, discarding the 2-pin instead. And terminal Sujis are pretty strong, but maybe could it be possibly to have this thinking? If you're comparing a 2-pin Suji versus 1-mon Suji, the 1-mon is theoretically stronger. So if that was the weight, then he would have chosen it. But the fact that he hasn't chosen that 1-mon over the 2-pin means the 2-pin couldn't possibly be the weight.
Yeah, it sounds like that. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Swingers.
I have not.
It's like there's a theory. Like you wait. Okay, let's do this first, and then we'll talk about that.
It's the Uratsu. Riichi Chitoi Ura. Yamada with a big win there. And Yamawaki was also pressing her own Chitoi with Dora 2. Very natural 2-pin when you're playing aggressively.
All right, so the swingers thing is, I think they said you're supposed to, when you meet a girl or something, you're supposed to call her 2 days later, and then so no, I think 3 is money. I think that's how it worked. They said they added a day, and 3 is money these days. So you have the weights in mahjong, right? They shift around. This is a good weight. This is a good weight.
Right.
The terminal honors are great weights, but now that's too obvious. So now the 2s and the 8s are money.
The meta changes.
Yes. Yes, I think meta was not a common word when swingers came out. But if it were made today, they would definitely use the word meta for that.
We have entered the South rounds. Back to the dealership of Kinoshita. By the way, Kihara here with 2 copies of the West Wind Dora. Kinoshita picks up one of her own. That's the dealer, though. Probably more interested in repeating than trying to lock in the Dora. Yamawaki, after that surprise 2-pin deal in, has a little bit of work to do and is picking up more pairs. Might be forced to be pairs as the 2-pin has been discarded twice, so that 2-pin in her hand can only act as a pair or as part of an Ipeiko. You need a couple copies of the 3-pin to make that happen. Speaking of which, 1 3-pin in hand could hold it towards the 2-4 Sanjaku, but no, let's go back. The 2-pin being discarded a couple times, a little bit less likely to see that turn into a useful shape. 4-pin though has a little bit of support, throws it back. Kihara moving towards potential callable hand, draws a dragon pair, and hold that thought, we're going to see a call. Tuso Pol. Four-mon knots. So useful. We'll hold it over the 2-pin and just break away from that shape. Now that the Tempai has been drawn, Kinoshita just slams the Riichi out there. Dora, God.
Got Pinfu. Looks like a triple of 1s, but it's actually used as a pair in 2 sequences.
Kihara had 2 copies of the Dora, could have called Pol to let it go. Now we'll find a different route to Tempai. Does get his Yakuhai though. 2 diamond shapes to fill. 4-7 mon, 4-7 so. 8-pin, not a save tile. But at this point, after opening twice, maybe he just plays it? Doesn't have to. It feels risky to play that against the dealer, but does just jam it through, waiting 4-7 so. And there's the Tsumo, Kinoshita says. Not so fast. can just pull it myself. Neat small pinhu.
Yeah, not a huge hand, but
1300 all
continues
does.
her dealership, and it's it's so disheartening when you're in Kihara's position. Like, I'm pushing this, I've got the Doras, and then, oh yeah, right when I get to Tenpai, then somebody else draws it.
Just about as disheartening as could be for still being in first place. But maybe you start to feel some pressure because Kinoshita is catching up. It's just gotten back over 30,000 points, within 8,000 points. A dealer Bongon certainly more than accomplishes that gap, or overcomes that gap, rather.
It's true, I'm not used to being in first place when all of my Tenpais get drawn on.
Oh my, Uncle of the Haku could be a flush in the pinza. Nice shapes for Yamawaki. And reasonable for Kihara as well. Could be a 678 Sanchoku. Oh boy, another pair. We'll just hold all the pairs. I think Yamada has made up his mind about the Pinzu flush. Didn't take much to convince. Here we go with the pairs again, 4 of them. You know, I feel like when I find myself in the position of looking back at the game's progression, thinking, gone for Chitoi nearly every hand, usually my score isn't doing too hot. So no go. Shanten though, looking for a Montile towards the Tenpai, particularly the Dora. 6-so. Go straight back. Already cut the 5. Pairs in mind. 9-so. A triplet drawn. What's the play here? From Chitoi, Shanten could play something like 2-so or 6-so. This not only gives you the triplet draws, the 2 and 4 pin, but also 3 pin is Tenpai, and I think that swings the vote a little bit. 6-so out. 6-so also a nicely centralized tile, so that if you do draw 5-so, you can just swap away one of your pairs for it. Oh, but here's another 6-so. That is the worst of draws. Immediately afterwards. Quite unfortunate. Still, Shanten. Or so not super hot. You could think about the 2-so here to hold the 2-4-6 shape. 6-so back just plays towards the 3-so acceptance. This still keeps your triplet draws towards Sun Uncle, so seems pretty reasonable. That's why Dora discarded by Yamada. If the players weren't suspicious before, they certainly are now. Something is going on there. Oh no, the 5-so. This has been just misery for Kinoshita with these draws after the 6-so decision. Everything has been logical, but just not panning out so far.
Everything has been logical except the wall.
Well, does not care about your logic. What could we possibly draw? A pin tile? No. How about another 5-so? Dora tile. Okay, we'll hold the 4-7 Suji. Finally a Tenpai. Alright, get these so tiles out of my hand. This actually waits on 1. 4-so. Oh, sorry, 4 pin and 2-so.
looking to see that it could have been Suanko.
Honestly, they could have been Ipeiko, could have been Chiritsu. Wow, there's the 7-pin draw, the perfect tile.
369 wait now for that.
Silently holding that tempai. How good is that 9-pin? I think one discarded, one held. And I think Kihara might have one copy. Oh no, it was the 9-mon that got drawn, not the 9-pin. Oh, but Kinoshita finds it, and that's the expensive side. Hoitsu Ipeiko Yakuhai. I guess it's the same value either way, but
Yeah, it's Mongon either way, but
feels a little worse to deal into that.
it definitely hits harder.
And
it is an extra haunt.
Yeah, the way that hand was going for Kinoshita, it feels like it was doomed to draw the bad tile after Riichi. That means that Yamada is now the one chasing Kihara down for first. He is just outside range here with 38,400 points here in his dealership for our battle towards third place. Kinoshita still has an advantage over Yamawaki, but no dealership. Kihara, Green Dragon pull. Maybe there are tile sorters flush, but he doesn't necessarily need it. Highly incentivized to end the dealership of Yamada. And with that 5-mon, 6-mon Yamen shape, I think we're just going to see the pull and efficient play towards Tempai. Great fill. It's unclear what our pair is going to be at this point. Likely the 5-pin, but not certain. I'm curious though if he's going to choose to open his hand. I was going to say before he drew that 5-so Yamen. Maybe if the 4-mon came out, the 7-so, if he decided to just open his hand since Kihara has also opened. But now I think the shapes are so strong that probably just see it stay closed all the way, at least until we get the late discards. Already Ishanten now, so no need to think about it much more. 9-mon Dora Yamawaki here with 3 copies, and she will challenge. Certainly Kihara's open hand. If the dealer declares a Riichi, it becomes an interesting question. Certainly you have the incentive to just fight, but depends on how close she is to Tempai. Oh, that 3-so is perfect. Now a strong Ishanten floating the 5-so and the 3-pin. Any connecting tile to those will give a Tempai. Sacrificed a little bit of efficiency with the 8-mon cut earlier in order to hold a safer west. Now the pair probably confirmed for Kinoshita, so it doesn't quite need that. The 9 comes out. Could have been held if he kept the 8-mon, but doesn't get to use the Dora here. Same story.
So for Kinoshita's hand, she has that 2, 4, 4, 5, 6, a really like wide looking, but also has a middleweight in the Pinzu. It just keeps it a little bit simpler to lock in the open-ended in the Sozu.
Yeah, but a lot of the times the 6-pin is going to be your pair, or the 2, 3, 4, 5 turns into a pair shape. So most of the time those 6
options. Yeah.
8-so back. Still looking for that Tempai from Ishanten. Did trade the 3-pin for a 4-mon. Oh no, and this would have been Tempai if we kept the 8 mon. All kinds of backfires. Yeah, that's an interesting choice. You could play towards the 8-9-9-9 shape that accepts 7 and 8 mon towards pairs. It just sticks with her current shapes. Still, dealer cannot find it. That's a Tempai. That's a Yamen Tempai as well. 3, 6, so. Or is she considering the Shampoo? No. Maybe just wondering with which child do I declare the Riichi? Perhaps by cutting the 4 so can trap. Wait, but we'll see Tempai as well for Kihara. And Tempai for Kinoshita, waiting 5-8 so. 1 so, 5 so, 3 so, 6 so, 5 so, 8 5 so, 8 so. Everyone for the bamboo, and there it is. Ipatsumo once again. Kinoshita keeps finding it. Leech Ipatsumo Tanya Pinfu Ura. Another Hanemon with the Ipatsumo. This 2 in this game that we've seen, I think.
She is back in it after dropping down to 3rd place for a few minutes there.
Yeah, straight back into 2nd, and because Yamada was the dealer, he goes down to 32-4, so he has even more work to do. Certainly not out of it. It is Yamawaki who has the most to do here. Wondering, perhaps, where's my Ipatsumo? That would have been the perfect hand for it with Dora 3. Would have also been Hanemon, but now has to make do with this chance as the dealer. Now a fast-looking hand with Green Dragon pair. Yamawaki draws the 6-pin, which certainly helps the shapes. Probably not going to be a speedy hand, but moving towards a Riichi. Another terminal door, this time the 9 mon. Same as the last one. I was looking for copies of the door, but I'm just not seeing them, so out there somewhere in the wall. Two pin, alright, this locks in the shapes. The draws have gone really nicely for Yamawaki here. The first 5 discards, first 5 draws. She's built all the shapes. Currently Ishantem. Just a choice there between the 1 pin and the 1 mon. I guess if you keep the triplet of 1 pin, there's a chance you hit Urasan. If you keep the pair of 1 mon, maybe you have a wider variety of tiles that can hit at least 1 Ura. A 6 mon draw confirms potential Ipeiko.
Lots of options there. I see a path to Suanko, personally.
You have that twin sequences with an additional tile tacked on to make a triplet. Suddenly, with a couple draws, you can make 3 triplets. With that
I mean,
vision,
there's a pair with the 7s.
well, pairs is always an option.
That's just 2 Jenn Shanten.
I
2 away from Suanko.
ask, 4 players what they think that hand's going to be, and you're going to get 4 different answers. There's the Riichi from Yamawaki.
If you ask Jenn and Garth, that's 2 players who'll give you the same answer.
Whoa, you might be right about this. There's the 6 mon draw. Can you say no to this Ishanten? I think not. I think not. You gotta jam.
there's Doko in there too.
Yeah, so
See,
that's the
that
one
was
I was
7.
thinking about. One player will say Chitoi, one player will say Suanko. One will say, nope, it's still a Riichi Tanya Pinshu Ipeiko, something like that.
No,
One,
there's
the
Sanshouka
cultist says
Doko.
Sanshouka Doko.
Yeah.
5-mon,
Oh, what?
no!
What? Are there 7
Just
that I can't see?
says, I don't
Oh, the reach. I guess there's a
want to
reach,
get
but
involved with
I
dealer
would probably
reach.
still push. I'd probably still push. Just because, like, even the backup Doko is still worth so much.
Conservative play.
Yeah, can discard 2 of those 5s. I mean, the problem that I see with a hand like that is that you have so few variety of tiles in your hand that you're good for those 2, but it's gonna be hard to fold in the end.
4-7 pin the weight for Yamawaki. Now plenty of tiles to fold with.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna see a
I
chase.
mean, if one of them passes. But now, are those 7s? I mean, I guess if you're going off of the one chance with the 6, then you can discard the 7s to anybody, but
Yeah, let's take a look at that pond. Not clear that the 7 will go through, actually. Again, as you said, still have the one chance, and it is safe to the dealer reach, so that might just take priority here. How about the south, though? Once cut says it's good enough. Certainly is. I think both players are on a pin weight. We have 4-7 pin for the dealer. I think 5-8 pin for Yamada. Oh, he finds it. Eagerly sets those tiles down. Riichi, Sumo, Pinshu, Tanyao. And with the Riichi sticks collected, we are going to see a change of leadership. Yamada taking over at 38,600, but it is a dogfight here in all last for first place. Kihara, our last dealer, 36,700. Kinoshita now in third. It would be such a shame to get only 1 point out of this game with 36,000 points, but that is a possibility. What is this? High pie. I don't even need to see the next 2 draws, but they only make it better.
I think that was almost a 10-0 chance until those last 2. This is just one away from ready.
It is. Okay.
After the discard, it will be one away from ready.
Yeah,
There we go.
this is just everything you could have possibly asked for and more. Assuming you're making reasonable requests to the wall for your initial set of tiles. One so, and there it is.
A senpai. Dealer reach.
Turn 2. Good luck. Now, if Kihara does win this hand, we will see another hand. So players will be making the decisions with that in mind.
Yeah, there is no Agariyame. They don't stop just because the last dealer is in first place. You gotta stop the dealer.
I was half expecting Ipatsumo with the way that the draws have been coming in, but no. And Kinoshita says, it's... Why should I fold? I just have to win this hand and I get it first.
If she can pull in that south, that's all the points that she needs, I think. And with the reach stick on the board, that will put her into first place.
Absolutely, and it does require the south, basically, forced at this point with the hand construction.
Yamawaki is holding on to the single south right now.
The only other problem here for Kinoshita is that 4-5-5 shape. Here's the 3-mon Kuchi, and then the 5 is a loose tile. Does come out. And Kihara shows each Pinshu. Okay, that's manageable. Just 2,900. Kinoshita will still have conditions to jump into first place.
Kihara has to win probably at least one more hand to ensure first place here.
Yeah, for sure. Yamada still 1,000 points behind. Any win to take over. All right. What about these miraculous draws? It looks like not this time. I see a couple 6-8-9s. That is not what you want to see. Looks like it's gonna be a slow one for Kihara. Kinoshita, maybe 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku. Oh, that plays towards efficiency. Yamawaki again, really tough to play this type of position. 30,000 points behind second place. 25,000 points behind, approximately, behind third. Nothing to lose, so you can just play for the biggest hand that you can make.
Yeah.
You don't lose points, really, for finishing fourth. The score is only for tiebreak purposes. The placement is what matters in terms of the actual.
Yara is going for a big hand here, but it's kind of a rough. Need a lot of like very specific fill-ins.
Yeah, with
Looking
that.
for Sanshoku Ippei Kodora.
Kinoshita, 3-pin, 3 Mon, 1 So. As you said, very specific tiles.
And then there's no pair, actually. And if those all fill in perfectly, so I'm just gonna have to reconfigure something in there. Perhaps a 1-pin for the pair instead, or a 2-pin. And no Ipeiko. There's no more 1-pins left, so it'd have to be the 2. The 2 actually wouldn't be bad. There aren't very many, but it's a good weight.
Gap of 6,300 points to overcome first place. I mean, you could also consider your gap to second. Only 5,300. But if you're getting that, you might as well take first too.
5,300, there is a continuance, so 5,200 would be enough here.
Maybe for 340, a viable plan then. 340 in someone's Riichi stick. Get you to first. Oh, there's the 1 So. Okay, decision time.
There it is. Yeah, I might have started with the 1-pin even. Normally, it would always be the 2-pin, but because there are 2 1-pins on the board, I kind of like the 1-pin discard. I guess another 2-pin was also... Oh, the other 2 pins were also discarded. Never mind. It was exactly the same in this case.
It came out in quick
I was
succession.
talking about 2 draws ago.
3 So. That's not super helpful to us. Ooh, there is the Tenpai draw. Slaps this Riichi. Riichi only. Waiting on the Nakasuji trapped 6-pin. Riichi declaration tile, of course. But less trustworthy.
Some Yamawaki fans in the chat.
One pin start for safety. But I don't think Kinoshita's going to be stopping here. From third place, there really is nothing to lose. And a margin this large. Considering 4-pin, that feels a little bit worse. If she draws the 3-man, Yuichi Fukushima could still get her to the goal.
Yeah, with the reed stick on the table, a little bit less pressure, but I think you can also how do you read Yamada's hand if you're in Kinoshita's position here? Because if you just count on Kihara either winning or it ending in a draw, then you can aim for second place in the next hand.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, you know, you're one away from just getting to first place in this hand. But if you deal in another time and drop further back, you might just be confined to playing for second place in the next hand. So it's kind of been playing the middle of the road approach here.
Yeah, I think you hope for an exhaustive draw, a Ryukyoku, and then the conditions won't be so bad and the reach stick will stay on the table. Help you a bit. This isn't Tenpai either. So if she can read Yamada's hand as not being ready, then it's not terrible for Kihara to just be the only player Tenpai at the end of this hand.
And he has been playing safe cuts up to this point. I think the 4-pin is pretty telling. But a little bit late for that to be meaningful information. Well,
That's Tenpai.
that's ground made up. Alright, so the 7 so weight here not coming to fruition. Still, that's going to be 500 points net picked up. Leaves 1,000 in the middle of the table for the next round.
And that makes it way easier for Kinoshita to lock in a second place. And definitely a new chance, maybe with better weights to aim for. She had the points in the hand, but definitely not the speed or the weights. Those are the 3 components in Mahjong hands. And this time, Kihara does not have the speed either. Couple open-endeds, but also some difficult weights in there.
Kinoshita wakes up with all the tell she needs. Wow, so does Yamada. Four pairs. Awkward for the dealer.
Awkward, not a callable hand. But Kinoshita has all the open-endeds she could hope for.
Yamada making his way towards a tateniu. The Riichi stick in the middle, it doesn't take that much to overcome first place. 3,000 points the gap.
And Yamawaki is doing the flush and maybe even Kokshi hedge. We'll see what we get. Or a draw for Kihara.
Yeah, 5-1. Throws it back. Not doing pairs in this hand. Throw that back. We don't need terminals in this hand. When there's a sequence, we'll keep the 3-sided shape in the sosu. Each tsumo is good enough for Yamada to claim first. Kihara finds a triplet. He's making something out of this hand. Can he catch up to the early speed of Kinoshita and Yamada? Seven. So another pair. It's time to just give up that east. Indeed. How about a flush with Chitoi? Okay, towards third place, a gap of 27,000. Oh, tap by found. Each tateniu. It's going to be first place. Any win is going to be first place. He knows that Kinoshita has to fight here. 5-8 pin. 5-pin Anko. Su
that
Anko
is.
is around.
Tujen Shanten.
Second Dora, but it doesn't really fit. We'll start with the north.
If you're watching, don't forget to hit that like button. 見てくれてる方はいいねのボタンもよろしくお願いします。
Kinoshita, big 4-pin draw. That was the last copy. It was one step closer. What's that 3-pin coming out? I believe that's only going to be a pair. For Yamawaki.
I still go with some honors. It doesn't look particularly like an honor weight in the reach.
Yeah, Dora out. Well, that's Ishatam. Ipe Gohoitsu Yakuhai, maybe? Kind of needs a Kinoshita Riichi in order to be able to make something from this. Can she find a Tempai? Manzu, not it. Needs so tiles. The 7-pin clears. Oh, but that's drawn now. This is Chitoitsu Tempai, but the 5-pin looks, well, it's one chance. The 7 pins and the 3 pins visible. Chitoitsu. Gonna summon the leech.
Great.
And it's gonna deal in. The Ura doesn't matter here. Yamada will get enough points regardless. Each Tanyao Dora.
Yamawaki kind of has to take that there. It doesn't, like, if she loses, it does not affect her standing at all. All it can do is give her the chance to earn some more earned points, the raw score, for in case her teammates can get up to a tie for second and third place later, which is very, very viable. We still have 2 more games left. There's nobody is out of the race yet.
Yeah, and certainly had the chance at a Baimon direct off of one of the players. You never know what happens. Certainly Baimon direct off of Kinoshita would have worked.
Yeah, and it was a a Suji trap. The 2 reaches, which you don't want to trust a Suji trap with the reach declaration, but when you're running out of tiles, of safe tiles against 2 reaches, sometimes that ends up being your choice. So I think it was a good reach dealt in, but lots of opportunities for return and very little risk.
Exactly.
Changing her position.
Alright, so it's one game in the books for this Table D. Now, we will get to see the results for the 4th game, Table C as well. Let's take a peek at those standings.
Right, Kanemon has jumped up to take a big lead in earned points and table points. It's still 1 game left, and it could be anybody, really. I guess Sumifaro is going to have a really hard time taking first place on the table, but Real Partner or Kokobun Press with first place, if Kanemon is in 3rd or lower, will do it.
And Table...
some sort of tie.
Table C, only the top team advances, correct?
Right. Only first place. So we could see a tie. We could need the earn points for tiebreakers, and you see 3 teams negative. So Kanemon is in a great position. Basically, just needs 2nd place.
Second place.
2nd is almost going to lock that in.
Right. It will be a dramatic final. And we're not going to be able to see that game, but we will get the results after our game 2 from Table D. Team Little coming off with the victory there. 3 points to the good. Aoki in second. City Plus grabbed the third. Four Seasons has to catch up. But 2 more games yet to be played.
All right, just a quick plug before we get into the players. We will be covering the Sankei Shimbun Cup this year, again, the 2028 season. World Reach will have a team, and I think we did a small announcement. We'll do a big announcement next week when we start covering it, but we will have a World Reach Pro on the team for the first time ever. World Reach Pros, are accepted to play in both Saikyosen and Sankei Shimbun Cup as professionals. And also with the contract that World Reach signed last week, they can actually play in more professional matches in Japan than I can. Can play in all the matches, even the closed ones that are only open to that org for Nihon Pro Mahjong, RMU, Mahjong Union, and of course JPML.
That is definitely some exciting news. And it's going to be a lot of fun to see World Reach Pro play on the broadcast table, potentially. We'll see. Yes, depends on the schedule.
We do have that planned out. We'll have to wait a little bit. Of course, we don't play like on the stream every single session, but it's great to have the first international pro to be on a Sankei Shimbun Cup team.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. And that starts our first cover session. You said it was next week?
Yeah, we'll start next week. We actually have a session next week, but we'll do the first session next week, and then we'll do next week's session probably the week after. We'll play some catch up, but there's 2 sessions in July and then no sessions in August, so we have plenty of time to catch up there.
Excellent.
And then we'll get back to live in September. We just have so much to cover.
Very good. All right, well, we are not finished yet. We've got 2 more games to cover here for Table D. Second game featuring the same teams. Shall we take a peek at the players?
Let's do it. All right, in the East seat, JPML Pro Tomomi Okubo will be representing 4 Seasons, who just got 4th place. Should try and make up some ground. Remember, each team is aiming for just 2nd place here. We don't need to get first necessarily. Nihon Pro Mahjong's Chiyu Misaki, who also jumped into the M tournament last month, playing for Aoki KD News. Kansuke Sugiura, JPML Pro, will be representing City Plus, that was Kinoshita's team. And playing for Little, who got 1st place in the last game, Andrew Chi, Nihon Pro Mahjong Pro, living in Japan.
All right, well, let's get straight into the game then. Let's see just how the second game fares.
And for Andrew, for many reasons, I think because his Twitter, he likes to go by Andrew, it seems, and also because his surname is Chi, it's a little bit easier to use the first name rather than the last name when doing Mahjong commentary.
Makes
it's
sense.
Kind of fun to say. We see a Chi from Chi.
All right, Okubo, our first dealer, Senpen Dora, 1 copy in hand, 3 pairs. Look at this. Green dragon pair, white dragon pair, and a single copy of the red dragon. Could be exciting. Here comes the green, and instantly called. Some choices to make about what the final path for this hand will be. Every time that I get a couple dragons, of course I'm thinking about the flush potential. White dragon, palm. Now then, the Daisangen threat is on the board. Will someone try the red? What are the odds? Surely they don't have it.
If you're gonna try it, it's right now or never, basically. Or you just gotta wait.
Oh, there it
for
is.
it.
Okubo says, I'll try it. And it goes through.
Yeah. Okubo is definitely a very aggressive player, and has a lot of confidence, a good aura on the table.
I mean, statistically, it is unlikely that they have the final pair as well. And there's no better time to jam it than when it's statistically best to, so...
You could read that they already had a triple of it, so of course they're not going to pull.
if I can't remember, if you con in that situation, does that give Pow?
I think so.
Because you're revealing that you... I think it should. But if not, if you really want to confirm it, then even with a triplet, you call Pon. And later cut or con the other copy. But we'll get back to realism here. Okubo has drawn another triplet, so she's looking quite strong in this hand. Normally, I would say I'd be pretty optimistic about Sugiura in this situation, but this hand for Andrew, that is what I really prefer. The 2-3-4 Sanchuk chance.
Even sure this question might be too complicated for... yeah, I think it looks like it should be Pow even for Daimingon. I mean, the point is that you discarded it while it was really dangerous.
Right.
So.
Oh, could we have a Suongo attempt? It's really hard to jam the door right now, but one more draw and I think you're going to. With the power of 2-3-4 Sanshoku. Prevail here, 7-pin, no go. That's the door though, that's safe entry. Okubo is not going to stop here. Misaki. 2 calls in. It's a little bit hard to fold here.
Oh, we have Andrew in the chat. Hello, Andrew. Andrew, originally from Taiwan, but living in Japan. I believe you're living in Japan, right? As a Nihon Pro Mahjong Pro.
So awesome to have the players in the chat of our commentary. Fantastic.
Yes.
3 so close, but no go here. I feel like the weight relatively live still. None of the 2-5 so have been discarded. There's a copy of the 5 so hand of Sugiura. All important 2 so draw, very live. 5-pin, no fear at all from Okubo. She has the Akumon chance.
Misaki has been holding on to that tune. I wonder why she didn't discard it immediately when Okubo did. She did have it.
Maybe just likes the thought of being able to win at least a Shulsangen.
Oh, sorry, never mind. I don't know what I'm thinking of. Just looking the wrong. Looking at the wrong hand.
It could be a sneaky wait if she can fill another sequence.
No, I was just saying something really stupid. You don't have to try and cover for me.
Alright, this is another path back, although it's 50-10 on the 1-pin. Still, the Sozu have been coming out like crazy. Maybe at this point, kind of hovering that red dragon. It is a save tile and just goes with it. Alright, not willing to jam the 4, so out there. No, so it is the Takame. And the Ura as well. This is going to be monstrous. Each Tsumo, Pihu, Tainyao, Sanshoku, Dora, Ura. It's the full Baiman for Andrew. And this is going to be a huge lead. And for a team that has already taken a first place, this could be backbreaking. Remember,
It's gonna be all the other teams aiming for second after this.
absolutely. And two teams do advance from Group D. So this is there's still something to play for if this is how the game moves. But you don't want to count your victory too early. But this is really crushing from Andrew. Tough for other players to come back here, especially Okubo, who had the Suako chance, but then ate the dealer penalty. 8,000 points there with the Oyakaburi.
I think that we do have Andrew in the chat watching the replay of his own massive Baimon win.
So,
Well done, Andrew.
the power of 234 Sandra. Alright. Misaki, our dealer. 3-pin Anko with a 5-pin Dora. Sugiura, relatively okay shapes. One copy of the Dora for Andrew. Anko high potential here with the White Dragon pair. Another couple of pairs and a triplet for Okubo. I would say Misaki maybe with the slight advantage here, but the 2-3-4 is now coming into the hand of Sugiura. Alright, decision time here. Are we chipping away the otter tiles? Or is this 3 so going to be useful to us? We'd love to trade the 1-2 Mon Penchant with a better shape, so it makes some sense to give the opportunity to draw 4 so and make an extended shape in this also. Oh, Hatsu, wrong dragon. You couldn't have known. Couldn't have known. Tanyao direction now for Sugiura. Pulls in the Anko of the 4-mon. Not exactly the draw I wanted, but you'll take what you can get. West no-go here. Shanta though. Three-mon, another pair. Will end up cutting the green dragons as those have been cut twice already, so that could be nothing more than a pair for Okubo. Looking for a slightly more valuable hand. An opening for just 1,000 points.
I think we missed, so we didn't get to see Misaki's draw.
Yeah, still that reasonable shape with the Anko of the 3 pins. A 6 so is just going to go back. Okay, could increase the acceptance here with the 3 mon cut rather, but still holding out for the potential 2 mon and Sancho draw. I'd love to see it. Who needs efficiency when you've got value? 3 so nope, not good here. Andrew holding on to all of those pairs, one away from Tempai. We're going to see Okubo get there first, slamming the Riichi. Not terribly valuable here, Riichi only. But going to apply some pressure, and now this 2 so is Suji. So for the potential value, it makes some sense to just trust the Suji, and Andrew given the perfect excuse to fold away. Oops. 5 mon, no go. Looking for the 4. That is a draw towards Tempai. Can Misaki play 2 mon, 1 mon? The 2 mon has become Suji, so that's a fine start. The 1 mon a little bit more suspicious. Only 1 copy of the 2 has been seen. There is the 4 mon quad. Now going to cut 4-pin, 2-pin. Play towards a diamond final weight.
Apologies, I had to wake up the troops.
It is Okubo with the 4-mon Kanshan Riichi Nomi. guess when I'm in this spot, I'm looking at my Uda possibilities. Only there are 2 copies of the 6 so discarded, reducing my chances of Urasan, unfortunately. 3 mon. Well, the 4 pin is completely visible, so there's a Kabe on the 2 pin. Could just try that. And will indeed. Now, I wonder if he draws into a Tempai, will we see the 4 mon Kan into Riichi? Oh, the Dora goes out cleanly. Misaki had given up on the 1 mon, would not discard that out, and ends up drawing the 5 mon, but not into Tempai. Somehow Andrew's been hanging around here. Could move in the direction of a Chitoi Tempai, despite having cut a pair. Alright, 6 pin not so good here. Seven pin also is an interesting try. If that 4 pin Riichi came from a 4-6-8 shape, you might think that Okubo would have waited on the 5 pin because that's the Dora. You could make an argument that the 7 pin is a little bit safer than usual with it being Suji to the Riichi declaration tile, but not willing to risk it here. Plays the 3 mon. Kabe'd off. That was another pair.
Yeah, 1 away now for all pairs.
Keeps cutting it.
Left.
Keeps cutting a dragon pair and then redrawing another pair to replace it. And Tippett's not going to work. So it looks like this hand is moving towards a peaceful resolution. Sugiura doesn't know it yet, but he's about to find out that he was holding all 4 copies of the weight. And there it is. Cameraman, give us Sugiura. It was very not poker face there, not showing. He had them all. That
I think Sugiura invented the poker face. I think I've ever seen emotion peek through on the table.
That ends up being a totally fine result for Okubo. Leaves the Riichi stick on the table, but does pick up 3,000 points and ends up moving back to basically where all the other players are, making up for that way Kamudi in East 1. So we move forward to East 3. Sugiura, our dealer this time. 1 Honba, 1 Riichi stick to collect. Teresa Dora. Andrew, another dragon pair this time. It looks like a really callable shape with all these nice Yamen paths. Green dragon pair for Okubo. Could collect her Riichi stick back. Perhaps a Tanya or Pinshu path for Sugiura. Oh, pair acquired. This is excellent now for Andrew. So many good shapes. Sugiura, our dealer, holds 1 copy of the 3 Sodora. 6 pit. Throws that back. Still floating the 6 mon. East pair, so now Yakuhai for Misaki. Although, it's going to be an interesting option for her with the 2 copies of the Dora. If she chooses to open if an East comes out, or there were a number of pairs in that hand as well. Could be some value options. Just stay closed. Oh, no, we're going to see the call. There's the toy opportunity. That certainly makes sense.
Yeah. The very least, East.
Oh, minimum value, East door 2. Maximum value East. Toy, door 3. There's the call for Andrew. Straight into temp by 5/8. So looking to shut this hand down. We're going to see another call. Sugiura opening up for Tanyo.
Just went away there, but also has the risk of getting the 1-pin and losing that Tanyao Yaku.
Yeah, but willing to take that risk. Oh, there's the 3-so Dora.
Sure.
With everyone opening, Sugiura maybe feels some pressure to sort of imitate calls, match the speed. Misaki, there's the East. Now the Yaku as well. Now the Tempai.
Mangan Tenpai now. It could upgrade to Hanemon with a Shabo weight.
Yeah, certainly 9-so available to be drawn. Sugiura does connect to that 5-so, and now an easier path to the Tanya allows him to collect another Dora. He doesn't know that they've all been drawn. One consideration for Misaki to consider before she discards, of course, is if the 9-mon comes out, do I call that for the Toy? When the con, hello, that makes the 6-mon Dora. He's got one of those in his hands, so this hand's getting even more valuable as the dealer. Actually, the option to switch the weight, but makes a little more sense to just keep the 5/8 here. 2 copies of the door for Okubo. She really wants to win this one now. 1 player already Tenpai, 1 Ishan, 2 players Tenpai, 1 Ishantem. And there's the 9. Alright, will we see the Pon? Does not take it. Stays firm on this 8-so. One of the problems with calling the Pon there is it does reveal the sort of final shape. Reveals your Tenpai for 1. And then you're going to be discarding either the 7-so or the 9-so. I'm kind of curious if you would call anyway, just because the 9-so looks hard for players to use, especially the Tanya players.
I mean, I think 9-so is a good weight, but if you pull in and discard the 7-so, that definitely gives away the 9-so weight.
Right?
If the players are paying enough attention.
Certainly these players will be. Maybe another factor here is that your previous calls are also all pawns, and it makes a lot of sense to call another triplet and move into a Toy. Kind of, if there had been only 1 call, so only 2 pawns are revealed, maybe it doesn't reveal the Tongti weight so easily, but 3 triplet calls certainly does feel like it's more likely. The players may be more cautious than usual. Still looking for an 8-so. Both of the Tenpai players to see it, and now a decision. Well, this is Furi-ten.
Yeah, I think you just don't take the Furi-ten. You still have options to call.
At this point, you have to be suspecting some sort of Tenpai. There's the 8-so triplet, and we're even going to see a Riichi on top of it, just the Kanshan weight on the 5-mon, but Riichi, Tanyadora 2.
Okubo's an aggressive player. You see these kind of moves from her often.
Yeah, maybe understanding that in this situation, you're going to get some players who are not going to fold here. There's the deal-in tile for Sugiura. What can he see? It looks terrible. I'm going to be honest. It looks like a terrible tile with that 6-so Riichi declaration. But his hand is worth quite a bit, and it's not easy to see a path out. He has 3-so Suji. That's about it. That's the Dora. Can you just say, I'll take the fight because I can't fold?
I mean, I think that's, if you're an inexperienced player, that's definitely the line you want to take every single time. Sugiura has played against all of these players many times, and he may have some reads that we can't see over here. He goes with the 7-mon.
He finds the 7-mon. It's kind of interesting. Okubo had the 8-mon in hand, could have been on the 7-mon weight, but discarded that in favor of the 5-mon. Now Andrew with the same tough decision. I feel like it's a little easier to play the 9-mon than it was for Sugiura to play the 7-mon. But the difference here is that Andrew's in a big lead, and he actually has a safe tile to play. Everyone had something to think about there except for Misaki, and now pressure's on again. You got through one decision, but the situation hasn't really changed, except now we see 3 copies of the 6-0. He can also see 3 copies of the 4-0. A little bit less likely that Okubo would have the 2-4-6-0 shape. Plays the Suji 4. He just cleared the 7. Gets the 4-mon to go through as well. There's the 9-so. Throws it right back, Suji. And now the decisions, the hard choices keep coming. How many lower mon tiles can we see? 3 copies of the 4-mon? You could try the 5.
And the 5 is the deal in tile, right?
It is the deal in tile.
Yeah.
I could see it come out though. How many copies of the 8 can we see?
6 is a little bit easier.
Yeah,
even
we
though
can
it's Dora.
Oh, the 5 does come out, and that is what Okubo was looking for. Riichi Tanya Dora 2. Ura hits 2 Ura. Another 5 visible. It's gonna be a Hanebon. Okubo, that aggressive Riichi, applying pressure to the open players, and it was a puzzle that was too tough for Sugiura to solve.
And I think the thing is, if he had been going, just the best for advancing his own hand, then he would not have dealt into that hand. He may have dealt into something else, but
yeah.
And that's why, and he has calculated this risk, but that's why if you're not that experienced at reading other people's hands, then you're almost always going to be better off going for your own hand. This is not, I dig at how Sugiura is playing. This is
certainly
just advice for people who are learning. Once you completely eliminate the opportunity for yourself to win a hand, then you're already in the negative, basically. So if you can take risks, well, at least keeping the best chance for yourself to win a hand, then there's going to be some payoff in the risk, any risk that you take. So if you can't read what the weight is, or you don't have safe tiles, then you can definitely just prioritize your own hand.
And of course, we know that the 8-so dealt into Misaki's Mangan with Dora 3. Actually, there was a very funny timing there. If he discarded the 8-so first ahead of the pin tile that was floating in his hand and pressed forward with his hand, he actually would have dealt into 2 hands at the same time. Andrew was temp by for the 5-8-so, and Andrew would have head bumped the Mangan away. So that actually was the optimal move in this situation, it turns out, to cut the 8-so first. But of course, you can never know that that's correct. In that moment, the 8-so looked like the worst option to discard. It looked like it could deal into 3 players, so it certainly understandable to not give that a try. In the end, we have Okubo at 37,300, chasing Andrew down. Now, Andrew has the dealership. Okubo already with the Dragon Call. Andrew Ishatan, though, for 5-6-7 Sanchoku. He has already shown us the power of Sanchoku with an East 1 Baimon. Have to contend, though, with a Misaki Riichi. 4 pin. Does improve the shapes. Not a lot to defend with. Could try just 1-mon, 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 get me out of here, but You could just argue to press forward. You know, we just talked about this. It does go with the 1-mon play. Wasn't a guaranteed safe tile, but if it goes through, you've got 2 more to play. And you don't necessarily give up on your hand moving this direction. Misaki 2-pin, 5-pin. Riichi Pihu Dora with Ipeko chance on the 5-pin. Sugiura has already opened at the east, so few tiles fewer in hand with which to defend. Eight pin. We still have some safe souls. 607 so can go through. Could still play for this hand, honestly. By cutting away the safe tiles. Oh, Dora! Hello! Sugiura suddenly back in.
It's that pesky one, so.
Yeah, I mean, it has safe tiles for now. And then maybe the one so comes out later and you get the opportunity to play the hand.
I think a lot of people would say, what about that early cut too? So it's outside to an early cut. But when you have a 4th turn reach, then the 3rd discard is no longer, or 5th turn reach, the 3rd discard is no longer an early cut.
Yeah, that's really true. And actually, I did get the chance to see how those souths came out. But given that a south came out and a south Riichi, I think it was probably a pair cut. And it's not that uncommon to Sakigiri from like a 2-2-3 shape to hold 6 blocks and then end up cutting away from your pair into a tempai on the 1-4.
No, in the chat, there's only one of the 2-5 pins left in the wall.
For such a strong Riichi early on, it's actually surprising that the weight is not live. Not as live as you might expect. Andrew holding a number of those winners.
2 of an Okubo's hand as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a tempai.
Last one. That's the last one as well for Misaki's weight. Now it's stuck in Sugiura's hand.
Sugiura, a slight problem. That being that he's discarded the 6-pin already.
Yeah. There's really no getting out of this 30-10.
No.
But it's close enough that I think he'll try to maintain tempai, and it's not as if the 5-pin looks safe, so if he does choose to fold, I imagine it'd be something more like the...
Is he thinking about Khan here? Is he really considering the Khan in this situation?
Gets an extra draw? Gets an extra draw?
He lets it go. If he conned there, I would have nothing but the utmost respect. I would have no ability to make that play on my own.
He had become the most popular player in North America.
Imagine the Rinchon. 3D10 6-pin against a Riichi with an open hand. Rinchon.
And this is the situation where you sort of want to, when you're knocking the tiles into the hole, to just flip over that Rinchon and be like, rabbit hunt.
I wonder, like, the North is safe enough that, okay, tempai. You know, if you con and draw something bad, you could just fold.
Yeah. You could fold with those Norths.
The North was shompai, so, you know, it is a bit of a problem, but...
It's shompai, but shompai when you have a pair, you have a pair of them is a little bit different than a normal shompai.
Right. I mean, none of the other players that were folding would be able to drop it, so it certainly would make more sense that they are holding it or that Deadwall's holding it than the other player. Now, it turns out that Misaki actually was holding the other North pair, although she wasn't waiting on it. But I think maybe it's easier to make the con play if you have a clear path to fold to the end. But of course, we saw the con declined, and dealership passes now to Okubo. Still, she is in second place, a clear second. Her first dealership did not go in her favor. How about the second one? One Sodora. Andrew, the 2-4-4-4 shape. Misaki. Another set of fantastic shapes will play for the team who are cutting away from the mon blocks. There's the Dora. Also Andrew with a callable hand, so we'll see if the Chun comes out or not. Felt like Misaki was so ready to make that cut. Pull. Okubo, Hoitsu. Lose
straight for the Hoitsu as dealer.
Yeah, this route for Misaki now has Tanyao cutting away from the 9-so pair. And also, if she does get the Tanya, that means she's getting a Dora. So, value plus either way. The Dora, by the way, comes out.
I think if we see it, I think we're going to see Andrew Chi. Pulling this name. We're going to see Andrew Chi pulling the red dragon if it comes out. He's just one away from ready.
We do have the Tempai. Oh, and another Tempai. 7-pin for Okubo and for Misaki. 1-4-so.
And if you ever read in books, we released 2 English translated books last month, coming out digitally very soon. Ichikawa and Matsumoto's books. If you ever read in some of these strategy books that when you're talking about speed, sometimes you're already mid or late game in discard number 6. This is that situation you're talking about when everybody is already Tempai. And those rows are no longer the guidelines of how deep you are into the sand.
Yeah, we see Misaki not even taking the Riichi and saves 1,000 points as a result. Okubo finds the Tsumo. It's just Honitsu only, but we'll get a little bit bonus fu here.
Yep, just barely makes it up to 12 with 2 pawns, Yaku High, the value tile pair, and a Penton Sumo.
I think you'd be pretty hard pressed in the US to find someone that doesn't reach that hand from Misaki's perspective. Oh my. 2 dragon pairs and the east pair and the 1-mon pair.
I think we see another flush here, and I don't think we're going to see all pairs.
I think you're absolutely right. Okubo, a really strong chance now to overtake for first place. We'll take a look at Andrew's hand. No, we're not even going to get to see it. The pon happens first.
So going from Monzu flush, it looks like not the Dora suit, but she's got enough Han, enough Yaku for a Mangon, at least in as a dealer.
Yeah, this isn't bad from Andrew, but look at this from Okubo. Already 2 calls in. Chun Pon. So we've seen 3 Yakuhai calls.
From Andrew. And so Andrew has no discards in front of him. Which just, it looks a little bit silly on the board. It's not Andrew being silly, it just
yeah, I think
looks
Sugiura
like right
cut
now.
one of them and then Andrew the other 2. It's like, wait a second,
okay,
give me a draw, please. Let me have a discard.
So he got skipped once, but it looked like a Samba. board right now.
Oh, this Tempai?
Oh, and Toy Toy as well.
So we have a crazy hand.
It's a dealer Hanemon.
1 mon, 3 mon the wait. It's really tough to imagine switching off of this. Even if you pull a Yamen.
I
Well,
think you have to go with Sozu here. You just can't discard the Manzu, really.
I mean, just from a safety perspective, if it's Toy Toy, then nothing's safe. But yeah, Gambitsu.
The pins is just, yeah, full fold.
Dora, don't need it. And this is going to be really challenging for Sugiura because he actually is kind of close to a hand.
Yeah, right. If Hokano san ni wa kurushii, but this is really rough on the other 3 players. You're facing a dealer here. So 1 of each in Misaki's hand.
And the threat develops so early on that you're going to be suffering for a long time. If I am Okubo here, I relish the draws that are not that don't give me the win. You know, if I'm not going to win, then at least give me a pair of something that I've already discarded. Make the job tough. If Misaki reads Manzu as the weight, she might end up in Chinitsu at this rate. She's drawn so many of these.
And I think even if you don't have a good read, your first read is gonna be Manzu. That's the only suit that Okubo hasn't discarded yet.
Absolutely. 5 mon, no go. Okay, that means the 4 mon draw is no longer good here. Not that we would have seen a change necessarily, but don't really have to consider it at this point. Everyone eagerly cutting their 5 mons. Well, one still.
Yeah, that's another 1 mon. So there's 1 left in the wall, I think. 1 more 3 mon in the wall.
Misaki has 3 copies of the winning tiles.
This is 2 away from all pairs.
If you collect enough 1 mon, it might be possible to push the 2 mon for pairs. 3 copies, and it's Sushi to the 5. It only really deals into 1-3 Kanjan shape. A very understandable 3-so cut. If it's going to be Toy Toy, it's less likely that the Toy Toy is waiting on the 3-so. And there's the 4, but
she does not switch it.
Yeah, that 5.
She 10, yeah.
Killing blow. If the order had been different, we might have seen the switch, but
Yeah. Which I think is interesting because I know it's worth a lot more, but when you know people are kind of going to be hoarding your weights, your Manzu, the Shaba weight is kind of rough, I think. And I would really like to have like maybe the 3-5 shape that, hoping that it upgrades to a 4-7 weight or something like that.
yeah, kind of same number of tiles for the Champlin and the Kanjan weight, but the 3-5 has a lot more upgrades. And in this case, would have won, but
I'm just like taking notes. I have Pro Queen today, so how am I
Ah,
gonna play? And I think that probably Misaki and Okubo will be there tomorrow. Today's the first day of qualifiers, next day is second day of qualifiers, so taking notes, you know, studying possible opponents.
so by the way, Sugiura has maintained a Tenpai for a while here. This con 6 months. Not perhaps not actually believing that we'll get there, but giving himself the chance. You know, from fourth place, if you can safely maintain a Tenpai, that's always valuable.
Absolutely. I mean, everyone still has a dealership here as well. I'll take any risk if I still have a dealership left, especially it's not timed. And these matches are not timed. We don't even know if the third game is over yet. They started Thursday, they could be still playing.
Or could call and cut the 5 safely. This prevents you from having to make a draw.
No Yaku, but the goal now is just to get those Tenpai payments.
West. That is a safe tile. Looks like we know that Okubo does not have any draws in the wall.
Did they get the 30-10 draw back?
Right?
Uh, Such a cruel wall of 2 players Tenpai.
Yeah, Sugiura playing out that 7 mana as the final discard. Holding on to the Tenpai. 1,500. Both Okubo and Sugiura. Sugiura making up some ground on third place. Okubo taking the lead. A bit sad, honestly, if you're Okubo to have such a beautiful start and only get 1,500 from it. But got a mission accomplished. You have taken over the lead. And now you're given another
Oh, wow.
Ishanten Haipai.
Holy cow. I think she took heed for a second, thought maybe I should just start with a 6 PM for a possible outside hand or full straight, but went with the most efficient and quickest West discard.
I mean, this is Ishanten from Misaki.
Shuffle these tiles. It's Ishanten also for Sugiura.
This
Holy
is
cow. Only
kind.
Andrew is a bit behind. A little bit wider, but no use of, or possible not use of the door out. Sugiura will take the most efficient discard. Misaki pawns.
Yeah, really suspicious pawn as well. 5 mon, 4 mon, pawn 8 mon.
She's one away for like all pairs, right? But it's decided not to go the pairs route. Is that?
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah. Which I approve of. Absolutely love watching Misaki play.
Tune back. Andrew makes progress. Or Pinkaj on Phil. 2. Oh, another Woodmon. Still looking for that Sanchoku. Looking for that Dora draw. Where are those 3 pins? Everyone wants a 3 pin. Hello. The path to 345 Sanchoku is not easy.
Which is why 2-3-4 Sanshoku is generally superior.
Indeed. Oh well, we have Tempai three-sided. I don't think we're gonna do anything other than slam a Riichi. Oh, Andrew makes progress again, but best option
Andrew
here.
finally went away.
Oh. Alright, you said Okubo is an aggressive player. Con to break Ipotsu. Are we that aggressive?
I think so. I shall think about it for a minute, but I think what's she gonna do? Discard cubing? No. Could be the way.
She has six of the tiles along the 6-9 pin Suji. It plays the 1
Yeah.
pin. That's
Yeah, the one pin is it's Suji. The 4 pin 2 pin discard order is a little bit suspicious, but she does have a pair of them, so she knows it's not Shabo.
if she draws Tempai later, she can con the 9 pin and slam a Riichi. 2 minutes late, but what are these hands? Yeah, the hype-by were ridiculous. We had 3 people Ishanta.
And the thing is, she can't discard this 9 pin. When you have 6 of 1 Suji.
Right? I mean, she can see 2 copies of the 8 pin, but it's still really suspicious.
That's definitely not enough in this situation.
It can be enough if you are offensive-minded enough. You just say, you're just looking for an excuse to push the hand. You say, 2 blockers. That's good enough, right? Coming up with reasons to be aggressive. Andrew kind of hanging in here. Ishantem.
I don't know. I like to say if you don't know what to do, then just con. But if she's found a route to fold, and being in first place, there's no reason for her to take risk against Sugiura. If you think about it maturely, like an adult. Which is not how I play Mahjong, but it's definitely how I recommend to play Mahjong.
All right, fewer options now. Place the honor. Might have a really tough decision soon. Actually, how has this 147 so not won yet? It's a summon shot. It's supposed to win.
Oh, we have 3 in Andrew's hand.
Oh, 6
1
pin.
in Okubo's hand.
6 pin clears. Now, like half of Okubo's hand is safe.
2 in Misaki's hand, so that's half of the weight. There's another one for Andrew. Wait, does that mean there's none on the board though? So there's 5 left in the wall? Five left in the wall and still not winning.
If Andrew had hopes of completing this 7-8 pin shape, he's going to get to see pretty quickly just how difficult of endeavor that was going to be.
That floating 7 is so scary to this board.
Yeah,
Definitely the upper pins are a little bit, at least the Suji, I guess. Oh, with all the 6s out now, the upper pins are way better.
and no weird worries. We've got an infinite number of 9 pins to discard. Might be a little bit of a pause as you consider the possibility of getting into a Chitoi Tempai. Oh, but there's the Sumo.
There it is. Yeah, there were 4 left. I did forget to count the one Suyuda was holding, but
Leech.
4 left. And 4 is huge when there's 4 left in the wall and such a short wall left.
1300, 2600 becomes 1600, 2900. Sugiura now still in 4th, but within striking distance of Misaki, who becomes our dealer here in South 2. Game number 2 of this Table D. Simultaneously played the final game from Table C. So after this game ends, we will have another spot in the final table determined. Well, this is no Ishanten, but it is pretty strong for Misaki. 1 copy of the door 4 pin for Sugiura. Couple weak shapes though in that hand. Uncle of the one, so still some work to do for Andrew. Okubo, one copy of the Dora. A slightly above average hand. How about this beautiful 4-mon fill? Misaki now well in the lead in terms of speed. Tuso, a Tanyo option. Still a question.
2, 3, 4, Banshoku.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, just straightforward one, so leaving all the Tanyo pairs alive.
This early, then that is 100% 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku.
Oh, couldn't be anything else, surely. Northwind pair, now 3 pairs. Okubo is in the north seat. Four-mon.
Oh, okay, I got disconnected apparently, but now we're back.
Four-mon back into an Ishanten. Slightly weaker shapes if the Four-mon becomes your pair. Oh wow, the Onko now. Forget opening your hand and weakening the value. Okubo can stay closed at this point. Now, with this close distance from first to second, she might choose to open to fill a weak shape, but most of the shapes here are looking pretty good. 6-mon, your choice. You could argue that all those mon tiles are just Yamen shapes and lose your pair, but it's tough to go back a Shantan. That's the dealer, so we'll just play out the 4-mon.
Well, the thing is, if she pairs up something in the Sozu later, then she can still go back to that 3-sided shape.
Yeah, and the same thing with the Dora draw as well. I don't think we're going to go to that shape with the 2-pin draw, but... Alright, Ishantan for Andrew. Oh, well, completes the 3-sided shape. And now you can play for the 369 Mon weight, cutting one of your Kanchan shapes, and that'll be the play. What an interesting fill for Sugiura.
No pair in the hand yet. It could end up being a pseudo. What do we call it? Pseudo.
A pseudo?
Pseudo open-ended.
The false, the Anyaman shape?
Yeah, I call it fake open-ended, and I think in our
Oh,
newly
no.
published books we call it pseudo open-ended, or pseudo 2-sided, I guess.
Yeah, the classic mahjong, cut the Kanchan, fill the Kanchan.
She would not have filled it if she didn't cut it.
Exactly. That's just mahjong theory.
Yes.
Now we continue to draw tiles around the Sozu.
This might make it easier to get a pair. There's 2 options now, the 369 shape in the Manzu, and also the 2-5 Nobetan, double, single weight.
Okay, 8-pin. Ishantan don't really want to cut the door up, but it is efficient to do so. What's the play? You could just throw the 8-so back and commit to the door shape. She also has to consider the score position as well. Does she need the Dora? Or is it more important to win the hand? Consider the upper Sozu. 1 copy of the 6-so, 2 copies of the 9-so out. Does go with the Dora discard. And there's the 2-so pull. This is a Tempai waiting on the door indicator with Dama. We've seen a couple times in this game, Misaki hold a Dama them. You have to wonder, what does this late door discard after a long think mean from Okubo? Tuso Anko could Dora Tonki.
Yeah, it is Tenpai.
Would
I mean,
would
it is another change.
you could also
Tenpai
just
change.
5 Sodama and aim for the 2-3-4 Sanshoku.
Do you aim for the 2-3-4 Sanshoku, or do you hope for a 5 pin upgrade to 3-4-5 Sanshoku?
Oh, Riichi.
Great!
Alright. Throws the stick out, applies the pressure. Sugiura has a save tile. Andrew, 7 so goes through. And we're going to see the pawn into Tenpai. 8 so also a save tile. So safe entry. Okubo can collect. Oh, but the 3-pin! The call gives the Tsumo to Misaki, who hits an Ura as well.
Wow.
Reach Tsumo Tanyao. Dora Ura. It is the dealer Mangan.
And that's crazy, the Dora indicator. And with that, I'm going to have to cut out early. I have to go get ready for Pro Queen and take some people to things. So Corak's going to jump in for me. Thank you so much, Corak. Thank you so much, Nate, for covering 3 games
Best
today.
of luck today, Jen.
Thank you,
Hello,
everybody.
everyone, and good luck, Jenn.
All right, Corak, we get you early today.
Well, I don't know that early, so we're about the right start time as normal. We just had some long games here. Misaki sitting there just in 3rd place, but we're only in South 2, so a long way to go. Very strong starting hand as West pair and the Chun pair. We even keep that close. Ooh, the 8's a great draw there. Whole bunch of Pinzu here. Do you ever just brute force the Honitsu?
Could think about it. Andrew got off to this game with an early Baimon in East 1, and Okubo chased him down with a couple strong dealer hands. Now Misaki with the dealer Mangan continuing the chase. Andrew has shown us that
All right.
he can go for the big hand. Actually, Andrew also has popped into chat. Very cool.
Well, I think we have a Chun pairlock here, so it's going to be very hard for either player to complete that. 3 completes the 4-5 shape, so I can move it forward. 5, ooh, that's a nice upgrade. Does kind of kill off your plans for Chinitsu, though.
Itsu still, maybe the cards, we'll see.
We'll hold the Haku back. There's also Chitoitsu, it's Ishunten for that. Ooh, 8-pin's an amazing draw. 7. Okay, that completes another shape. This is actually headless Ishunten with a 2-4 and an 8-9. I imagine it has to be 1-pin, doesn't it?
1-pin's natural, but 8-9 the choice here.
9 wants the Itsui Peiko upgrade. That is definitely a value play.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider the fact that you want a 3-pin anyway, then leaning towards the Nobutan shape is kind of ideal.
Form on. You could hold it for Peiko upgrades, but the hand doesn't have a pair yet. We'll do so anyway. 4 so better floater here than the 8. 7 so. I'll leave a 6-6-7 there. How much do you believe in Sanjiku? The answer is still quite a bit.
Love to see it.
2 so doesn't really help. 9-pin. Well, that's a pair. That is Tenpai. Would be waiting on the Dora, and there it goes. Riichi. Will have to be Riichi Dora 1.
Misaki had the same
Another
weight.
7.
Same weight in the last hand, waited to turn and then slammed the Riichi. No hesitation from Sugiura.
Formon just folding, doesn't want anything to do with this. Chud feels like a fold here. And this is Ishan. Oh, but there's such a wide one. You have to just push the Haku here, don't you?
Well, West.
No, Shaw.
This is the 4th place player. Certainly don't want to drop below. Oh, but that's
a Dora draw. That's a fun shape. Did you play the Tonki?
Andrew had previously...
No, takes wider shape. I definitely agree with this, because you could always potentially use the 7 as a pair if you get the Itsu with the 4, 5, 6, and then your 7, 7, 7, 8, 9.
Right. And Andrew had previously broken away with the Formon discard. Could draw that right back into a Tenpai. 4-7 Sosuji. Too tough to push.
Yeah, that feels more like a bail. Was going to face it head on, but she did not like that Tsuji. Similarly, the Chun here, not really attack it directly. You do have the concern, of course, that no one wants to deal into a 4th place Riichi.
And we've seen kind of all game long Andrew put himself in position. Once something scary happens, he dances around it while still maintaining a spot that's relatively close to the Tenpai, so never fully giving up. And if he still has a chance to draw back at the Tenpai, and I'm very curious what will happen if he does get there.
Well, we are looking for the door. There are 2 of them left in the wall.
There's the Tenpai. Oh, but
that is Tenpai.
Weak.
It's a really bad when you're just on the 5 pin here, because the 7's actually an Onko. At the same time, it's the question, will Andrew play this down, saying, I need to take first place here? You still have the dealer turn. Of course, we are Agari Nashi, so even if you are the last dealer, you're going to have to pass that dealer to win. But we'll go ahead and Dama shoves the 7, but does not Riichi.
We're going to see a little bit of a fight here. 5 pin twice held by Misaki. The 4 still safe.
One of the least dangerous tiles, of course, Gimbutsu to the Riichi, so you don't have to worry about that. 1 mon. This is just a fold.
Yeah.
Wasn't really attacking this.
Oh, the 4 so clears. We could have actually. Oh, but the Sumo!
Oh! Missed out on the Patsumo, but we'll take it anyway. That's going to be 2 Han here. Nothing fancy. We'll get into first place off of it. And the Riichi stick, Andrew into first place.
Okay, Sugiura not getting the big hand, needs to make something happen here in the leadership. It looks like, is this our other table from table C? Continuing on. I can't believe.
Sugiura up against a wall, needs to win this. Team with 1 point, kind of running out of time. You don't want to take another 4th here.
Yeah, top 2 advancing from this table D, and they have 1 more game to play afterwards.
You don't want to have 1 point after 2 games in a top 2 advance situation.
Absolutely.
Doesn't really have the hand to fight with. This is a slower Pinfu hand. Decent Pinfu hand. Actually really good Ishanten, I believe. South pair up, could call and go. Could also go Toy Toy. Very callable hand. 1, 2, 3 Sanjiku feels like the play now. That 2 so drastically changes everything and just goes with the floating 7. Possible Chant in there, although you do have the 1, 2, 4, 5 in Mansu. 1 pin Onko moves a little bit forward. North is the Dora. Speaking of Dora, 1 in this hand. We'll call the Haku. Says Sanjiku, I don't need it. Maybe we think Dora Donkey later, though.
Yeah, very clear plan now for Sugiura. Just win the hand. Doesn't matter the value. You'll lean towards the value, especially with the Dora, but first priority, win the hand.
So you can't get the 4, so it's the most efficient. You do give up on the Sanjiku route, though. We'll do so anyway. Out goes the East. 6-0. Well, you can just cut the 9 here. That plays itself. Still looking for a pair in that hand. Another pin tile. The problem is you just don't have enough to go for the Chinitsu or the real value. You're sitting here waiting to hope that the pay pairs up.
Yeah, that pay is a...
What do you think of 5 mon? It's not a fun tile to cut loosely from a hand like this. I just don't see too many other good options, though. I feel you have to cut one of the blocks.
Is there ever any incentive to cut the Dora? Looks like he's leaning towards the
the hand's slow enough. I definitely want to hold on to it. Yeah, it does eventually go with the 5.
All right, Forso back.
Forso, well, got rid of it last turn. Do we really want to cut it? This is the wall saying, are you sure you don't want Sojiku route? Temptation.
Well, now there's 1 fewer copy of the 5 mon, and it actually does play the 6 mon out. That 1 5 mon was enough to change the plan.
Well, you also have to consider a whole bunch of mons who are popping out now, but that means people may just be fast. Well, that is Ishanten. This may just be the Dora.
Yeah, leaving the Ipeiko option alive.
It's by far a wider Ishunt, and I think you just lose too much cutting 2 pin or 1 pin here. You are worried about it getting called, though. That's the real concern. Thinks about it, and out it goes. 3-so, okay. Well, now you have a confirmed good weight tempai. You just cut 2-4 here. Trying to decide whether the Sanshiko hedge is worth considering and says nope.
Still 4 pairs for Misaki.
Well, the hand wants to be Toy, but you can't call any of it yet. That's always the problem with the Toy, is you rely on other people to give you your tiles.
Yeah, certainly not expecting that the wall will give them to you.
Well, the wall may give you a couple, but hey, if the wall gives you all your tiles on a Toy, I think that's called Suanko.
Yeah, we did have a Suanko Ishanten earlier in the game.
Well, yeah, but you know what good a Suanko Ishanten is?
not that much.
It's called Tempai payments, and that's all. Dora pair up. Okay, this hand all of a sudden worth quite a bit. 6 mon. Could take a wider shape here, cutting the 2 mon. Could also throw it back. You already threw a 6. You're not gaining that much acceptance.
Right. Green Dragon.
Hatsu doesn't do anything.
Sugiura with the Dragon Call has everything that he needs, just looking for tiles to call. And Misaki is giving him nothing. 9-so was the last couple of Tadashis.
Oh, what about a Sanjuku upgrade on the 6-7-8?
I'll take it.
Well, that's one of the blocks completed. Now, which Ryama do you want to cut? You have 3 options. I feel the Monzu's actually fairly strong here just because no one seems to need them. But we'll cut from the Monzu block. Doesn't want the 3-6 weight, like Class C Ryaman at the end, so gets rid of it now. Another pair. This is Chitoitsu.
Yeah, already cut one of the pairs.
Then.
Oh no.
Oh no! I said it looked good on the wall at the instant punish.
Still hope for more. Oh, here's the North.
Oh,
again.
There's the Dora. Feels bad having cut earlier, but
holds it this time.
Feels like a fold because I don't want to throw it now.
I mean, how did he know?
Well, it's just getting later in the hand. You haven't seen anyone else cut it, so it is paired up quite a bit. You just hope it's not from the open hand.
Yeah, the open hand or the North player.
Well, as North player, you kind of want that because you have their blocker.
Certainly,
the upgrade to potentially call that last North. With the pair in the lower Sozu. 4 pin goes back. 3 on. Well, connects with the 4, but you're to cut the 2, so it's not that useful. South is not it. 3 pin, there's your Ipeiko. The problem is this is likely just going to end up Furiten on the Dora.
If you redraw into a better tempai, will you cut the door later?
This slate, probably not, especially in first place. Because if Ender can win this game, Team Little is just set. You don't even have to play the next match.
Yeah, he does not want to play this.
Whereas if you're dealing with these score lines, you could easily drop to 3rd, and then it's a very different situation.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point. Like in the big meta standings, a first place is basically a guaranteed advancement for Little. Even a second place practically does the same thing.
You're in an excellent position, especially with how far down City Plus is right now.
Still
on, isn't it? We're starting to run out of wall. 6 pin pair up. Yeah, this hand is full. Accidentally reveals the 8 so from the hand, but 1 tile, no foul. 6 man. You see all these Monzu tiles in the pond, you start wondering, they have to need one of them, don't they? And then there's nope. You're going to see a call of the 7s, trying to get this to Tempai for at least payments. Ishunten having cut south, 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 so was folding, but trying to maneuver back in.
Yeah, this is not a offensive tank right here. East goes through.
West is not it. Well, cleared that. You don't have to worry about that tile anyway.
9 still cannot find the tempai.
Two
Where is
Dora
it?
cannot budge.
Okubo as well, missing. There's a tempai. It's not the expensive side, but it gets there.
This may even just be a Dama and Will. This late, the stick, you lose a lot by just putting the stick in. That said, I'm disgusted by Pinfu Dama in general, so. This is one of the situations where I don't hate it quite as much as normal, just because you have so few draws left. You're kind of wondering, like, what is going to get called? Because you know you're not going to be tempai here. You're trying to prevent anyone else from getting a tempai. You at least want one other person noten, because there's such a big difference between 1,500 and 3,000 in terms of payouts. Oh, well, a sumo. The question is, do you take it?
If it goes to
Or
Ryukyoku,
are the tempai payments worth more? And thinks about it for a second. It does take it eventually. And this is the problem with Dama and your Pinfu, is you're guaranteed to be Patsubo.
yeah, so this is actually pretty interesting because if it does go to Ryukyoku, it's extremely unlikely that Andrew is tempai here. So you gain 3,000 points minimum on Andrew. If you're the only one tempai, you gain 4,000 points. That is
Yes, but at the same time, sitting with 0 points beforehand, you'd like to get the 2, and you still only need 2 on here to get all 3 points from this match. I think taking the show makes a lot of sense.
And so we come down to this all-last situation. Andrew, the final dealer, cannot just be content to let the dealership slip by. Well, maybe he can be. Second place is still very strong. So doesn't have to take risks, but would love to just confirm the first place. Okubo, on the other hand.
Yeah, the worst case scenario is Misaki sumoing a manga, and that would knock Andrew down to 3rd place.
Yeah, because the gap is so close. Mere 1,400 points separates first from second.
And it's an awkward position for Sugiura as well. You can't really afford to take a 4th. We saw
a similar situation in the last game where all 3 players were right around each other in the 30,000s, and one player was in the 4th zone pretty deep.
At the same time, you don't want to give up the tiebreakers, just an off chance to get second. You're kind of cheering for Andrew at this point if you're Sugiura.
I agree. If Andrew wins a hand directly off of Okubo or Misaki, your condition to surpass is easier.
All right, Pinfu hand, maybe Tanya to Dora, so can potentially just call and go with that. Pinfu hand, but fairly slow. This is a disconnected mess that wants to be Pinfu, but it's just not. And that's kind of how I describe this hand as well.
One player is more disappointed than the other, though.
4 pair up, can move this towards Tanya. 4-so connects with a 5, but so much of a mess to get rid of. And Sugiura needs to make a big hand, and this just isn't it.
Yeah, I mean, even thought a long time about that 8, so maybe considering, is there a backdoor 789 Sanchoku somehow? It's just not clear the direction.
7 pins a huge draw here. Completes a 6, 6, 6, 7, 8. North goes back. It's about up for a bet on the 1 mon, but the hand just not cooperating. Speaking of hands not cooperating, this does not help Andrew too much. The 3 is a nice connection to the 4, but there's so much of a mess to get rid of.
At least you know there's one less Dora in the other player's hands.
Well, that's a second pair. Not really thinking Chitoitsu. It's bad when the first thing that comes to mind is Chitoitsu from 2 pairs, especially for me. That means that hand needs a lot of help. Right, so no, just not happening. Really comes down to if Andrew can get a 3 pin here. Then the hand kind of opens, but until then, it's really slow. Ends up cutting the 9. May plan to fold this hand out. We'll see.
Yeah, I could just say if I get perfect draws to Tanya, I might consider playing this, and if I don't, I'll just hold these Dragon Tiles for forever.
Well, even at the very end, you could just declare note and secure your second place at minimum, and if Okubo isn't Tenpai, you even get first off it. You don't have any obligation to play this hand just based on the current scores.
I'm guessing that Team Little will have had a discussion ahead of time. If you have the chance at second and a chance at first, which one are you willing to accept? They might have decided, second's great.
Well, it's not only that, it's how much do we want to risk? Again, Misaki being within striking range is a huge concern. Mon does pretty much nothing, but this hand is just not coming together. The Monju's great, and then you look at the rest of the hand, and ugh.
Yeah, the other side of the balance here is if you're not pressing forward, then they're allowing Misaki the chance to build her hand. Okubo is actually doing quite well now. But there's the big 3-pin draw.
3-pin fills one of those blocks. Would really like a 4-mon, though. Or a 7 to get that Ipeiko and fix the 5566 block. Tuso connects to the 3.
Shiriten, though.
Just a question of how much do you want to play this? And the answer is play a little bit. We are going to see a call down, and this will be Atsuzuke with the 2-3. We'll need a 4-pin. With a couple 1s out already, it's not that much of a loss. And we do see that 7 being taken. Did not like the 5566. We'll just chi it down. Oh, would have drawn the 7 anyway. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, no 4-pins left in the wall.
3-pin doesn't really do much. He keeps the Ishanten though, of course. 1-pin. Leave a 1, 2, 4, 4, 7, 9. It's just still slow. Needs that 8-pin so badly. And we see it here. And I feel that 9 to signal you're just not making it. When you get to another penchant as an upgrade towards the end of row 2, it's just a grim situation. We'll see a chi here.
Looks like Misaki content to take a 3rd place here. We'll move her team up to 3rd, which is 2 points above City Place.
3 points, and it'd be 3 versus 2 versus 2. So it would be 2nd place, and in a top 2, it is acceptable. But I just feel if you're Misaki, you should be playing for something better than that. Sugiura has so much work to do that if you can sumo a Baimon on demand, just teach me how, because I don't know how to.
2-1 does complete a shape. That's almost not what you want here.
Well, you just don't want to get yourself in trouble. I kind of like 8-pin, but you could just go 1-pin and plan to fold.
Yeah, something that's Genbutsu to Misaki.
Does go with the 8. 7. Okay, well, you can just follow with the 8.
And this also would give you Dora pulling calls into Tenpai. Not that we expect the Dora to come out so easily here.
Well, I mean, you hope to just draw it, of course. 3 pins. Speaking of drawing useful tiles, but this hand could potentially get Tenpai, but that doesn't help Sugiura. The only way it helps Sugiura being Tenpai is if Andrew is also Tenpai at the end of the hand and goes ahead and declares Tenpai, which you don't even know is going to happen at this point. Hatsu pair up. Again, Sugiura is just in a rough spot. Yeah, just folding out. Doesn't want anything to do with this. Hatsu pair up. Of course, we saw the Hatsu pair up on the left as well. But you won't know that. And when you pair it up yourself, you go, I don't think I want to throw this.
Absent from the board. So we'll probably stay that way to the very end. Seven pin.
No, would have completed the penchant eventually, but you just don't. This is just not worth it.
Yeah, 3 so 2 so. Again, only really looking at the hand of Misaki. A direct deal into Misaki is the one way you can drop to third.
Well, the important thing is Okubo is still not Tempai.
Yeah, I'm
So
honestly...
Andrew could sneak out with the first here. Misaki's been Tempai for a while. Con, I think you have to, don't you?
Con for the draw, nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. We'll do so.
8-mon becomes the new Dora.
5-pin. Well, do you just throw the 5 back? Because you might even call the 1 here?
5-7-7 is no longer a shape. There are no 6-pins left.
Yeah, it's pretty useless. Well, no, I was thinking 3-5 versus the 2-3. I think the 2-3 is actually better because you might just take a 1.
Oh, absolutely.
There is only one of them left, but I think Tempai, you could consider it anyway.
You'll do anything for Tempai at this point.
Now, speaking of 5-7 being useless, I think you just have to follow up with a 5-pin here.
And one thing Andrew has to think about before he discards is if he does see a 4-mon or a Hatsu, should he call into Tempai? That's...
Well, you can always call into Tempai. You don't have to declare Tempai at the end of the hand.
That's a good point. 5-pin.
I feel this is always 5, and yeah, it does eventually get there. It's thinking about it very carefully. Oh, that is Tempai. We'll have to throw a Dora, though. But I mean, you just throw it.
Yeah, Misaki hits you
Hates
directly.
it, but out it goes.
It's only 2,000. It's not enough. It needs to be Dora 2.
Importantly, though, it is Tempai now, so it would be Okubo Tempai potentially for the overtake of first place if this goes to a draw. And it looks like it will. And that final draw, shoving the Dora, is enough for Okubo to take first place off of this.
Well, everyone kind of got what they wanted except for Sugiura. Okubo.
Well, Sugiura needed a lot of help. When you're at 14-1 and all last, you know you need some help.
Okubo claims the first, +3 for the team. We'll have 3 points total. Second place goes to Andrew for Team Little. We'll end up with 5. Misaki with a third. Her team ends with 3. We'll take a look at the standings in just a moment.
Should be 5-3-2-2. And hey, I look like Jenn on this picture.
Yeah, let's swap over to you.
Jenn was on the start, but it was a long game, so I had to swap her out, and there I am.
All right, well, 2 games in the books. 1 yet to be played. We'll also see the winner of Table C, assuming they finished before this game finished, which this was a rather long game, so I'm thinking that would be the case, but let's take a look.
Should be. It was a long match.
All right, standings up. They are finished. Team Kanemon tied with Team Real Partner. We did predict a tie, but their placement bonus was indeed enough to confirm that they will be advancing to the next round on Table C. It will be Team Kanemon advancing to the finals. Congratulations to them.
Yes, congratulations. Wins through the tiebreaker. Plus 49.5 is pretty good. I think Uma isn't factored in, so that's raw score, which is quite a bit. They will be joining Team Orfu in the finals and likely Team Little. Although that ticket has not yet been punched. We have one more game here on playoff Table D.
All right. Well, I think we don't need to hesitate. We know our conditions for Team Little. If they score a first or a second place, they're guaranteed in. If they score a third place, they're also guaranteed in. Fourth place is the only condition for them to not make it.
It is theoretically possible not to make it in, but it's going to take some effort.
It requires...
As long as Little just doesn't fall into the depths and take a big fourth.
Yeah, exactly.
And have Team Aoki and Forces in the top 2 spots.
With enough of a tie-breaking bonus on whoever gets the second place in that to surpass. So, yeah, definitely hard for Team Little. Great job converting the second place in the last game, earning some bonus points, and we will see in a moment Exactly.
On the other side, Team City Plus needs to go on a run here. Will have the tiebreaker over Team Four Seasons if there is a 2-team gap. It has to overtake 2 teams. Third place does not do anything in this format. You must get an overall score to get you into the top 2.
Yeah, so if Team City Plus gets a first, they'll end at 4. Let's say Team Little gets the second. Yeah, I actually...
Well, no,
I
it's
think
very simple. City must be first and Little must be second. And then it comes down to tiebreakers. That is the only condition for City Plus.
I think, though, yeah, I'll okay if Four Seasons gets a fourth, and then the other team ties at 4 points. Okay, we have our conditions set. I guess there's nothing left to do but to look at the players.
Yes, the big fight, though, of course, Team Aoki versus Team Four Seasons. They are currently tied. The raw score doesn't matter because one of them will end up with another point over the other one in this match. So let's see the players.
All right, the final bosses. Game 3. In the East seat for Team City Plus, JPML Pro Taishi Nagata will be sent out. In the South seat for Team Little, Asami Ishida, another JPML Pro. In the West seat for Team Aoki, we have Yuichi Fukushima. And finally, in the North seat for Four Seasons, we have Maiko Kawahara. Total JPML Pro table. The pressure is on.
Let's go ahead and jump in. We are at the final match before the finals.
Top 2 teams advance, and we will determine the last 2 teams to join Team Kanemaru, Team Orpheum in the finals. Let's start.
Again, Team Little in good position. Team City Plus needs some support. It's largely down to Aoki and Four Seasons, although there are some other scenarios that the other 2 teams are involved, but that is the main fight.
Getting underway. Tension certainly high. Team City Plus must
You
have
seem a
a win.
little more relaxed. I've seen some where everyone just looks grumpier, just zoned in. You suddenly feel little smirks looking around at the table that, okay, there's a bit more relaxed play here. But this is the important game to determine who goes to the finals. And, well, I have always said one of the cheat codes to knowing if your hand is bad is count the number of even-numbered tiles. If it's 1 or less, it's not a good hand. And that had 0.
It looks like our tags are a little bit off on the, or actually on the broadcast, the tags are a little bit off, so they'll fix that. I'm sure in a moment, but Nagata not in the same spot as is what's indicated on the screen.
All right, we'll look at these hands. Pinafam, we need Peiko there on lower. Manzu, Chun pair. East pair is a nice option. You really know Honitsu when you have 2 Yakuai pairs like that, but they're not really cooperating. We'll cut the 7, so wants to move that way, but a long path to get there. Hatsu pair up could just call and go. This hand doesn't have much else. This is a floating Dora. I'm always good for a random Yakuai call and a Dora Tonki play at the end. 6-8. Yeah, continues cutting those pins. You would love to go Manzu Honitsu from this. And I'm not counting any even-numbered tiles in that hand still.
That's a problem, unless you're full set on pairs. Definitely a problem.
There are a couple pairs, but not really enough for it. 7. Ooh, well, this is Ishan 10. Just cut the 6 here. Potential Suzu trap on the 3, so. Speaking of pairs, third one here. Hand's still just very slow.
And that's kind of okay for Ishida, as long as she doesn't get a last place for her team. A deep last place, I should say, then it should be fine.
Oh, there's the East call going for the Honitsu. Would love to see that Chun pop out. Well, I said it needed more pairs, and it's getting there slowly. But, ugh.
Not
It
quite
does
the,
have 2 door, which is the redeeming value of the hand.
and not quite the hand as dealer with Dora 2 that you're aiming for, but
1 pin is not it. We'll continue cutting from the Sozu, and everyone should know it's Honitsu at this point. 9 pin doesn't do a whole lot here. Goes and cuts the 5. Probably thinking Shitoitsu as well. Nanmon, not a good floater at all. This is just a regular hand. I just throw it back. Probably trying to decide what to do with the Haku. And the Haku's already 1 out, so you can always hold those as safe out. June, that is Tempai waiting on Hatsu for Mangan.
yeah. This is it. This is the moment. Kawahara.
And hey, we got an even number tile, an 8 on turn 8.
Have we seen the Hatsu yet?
I don't think so. 7's worse. Hatsu's live. No, 1 out. 1 out on the left.
Oh, you're right. So, but the other ones are still in the wall.
Now, this is a do I want to play this as a potential regular hand and says, we're not going to lock it in just yet. Well, this is where the Hatsu are, and they're not coming out anytime soon.
Oh, found them. Yeah, I did forget Ishida was holding onto a pair. So only...
Yeah, so this weight is actually dead. Ideal draw, of course, is just a 5-mon, because then you're 3-sided. With a 2, 5, 8 weight.
Yeah, and honestly, any 2, 5, or 8 would be... Actually, there are very few mon tiles that you would not be happy with. There's the 5, the ideal.
What I say? I did ask for it.
You call my games, please. Tell me what the tiles that I need.
As long as I'm not playing against you, sure.
Oh, you're not. You're on hiatus this season. We do see the overlay backing off, so I believe they will be fixing the images. As Jen pointed out, the English names are correct here.
It just continues folding out. Doesn't want anything to do with this hand. 3-pin connection with the 2. Actually, that's a good Ishunten draw, but already got the 1. So it doesn't want anything to do. And there's our 8 for the sumo. Ton Chun Honitsu Mangan.
Kawahara off to a great start. Okubo picked up a first place. Can Kawahara follow?
Well, 8,000, of course, a very good start. And more importantly, the Oyakabri, the extra dealer payment coming from Nagata. So the big fight, as mentioned earlier, between teams Alkai and Team Four Seasons, both sitting on 3 points right now. See a West pair, a couple other pairs, but not too much. Similarly here, slow Pinfu hand. This is a West pair as well, but this is the West seat, so it's a lot more useful here. Slow Pinfu hand, we have some sort of 6, 7, 8 or 79 Sonshu later. 2, 3, 4. Okay, Montu looking a little better. 2, 3, 4 in Sozu. This is now a much better hand, but there's still no value.
Takes the straightforward Hatsu.
7 fills the Ryokan now. 4, 6, 7, 8. 4-pin pair up now. 1, 1, 4, 4, 5, 5. 3-pin or 6-pin would really help, but still a slow hand. East, nope. 7, so actually a very flexible tile in that shape. A 4, 6, 7, 7, 8 has a very wide range of acceptance.
It definitely feels like...
Ooh, cuts the 9.
I got the probably with the strongest hand. Fukushima, one step closer. Again, needs a couple of those 3-pin, 6-pins.
Well, that's an Ishunten, but it's not a great one. And you lose kind of all your value here. Yeah, it doesn't even want it. 5, so, okay, potential 3-sided. But she'll have to find a pair unless you end up using the 7s. 6-mon. Well, you could go Chitoitsu. I think I could 8-pin.
Especially holding
That
this
is the
Dora.
play.
She
Right, because you have to keep it in the back of your mind. Well, didn't like the 6-8 last turn, still hates the 6-8. Speaking of 8, so...
If you're going to float the...
5, so 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. So the Monzu looking a little better now.
If you're going to float the Dora, you have to say, what do I do when I draw the Dora? And if you draw the Dora and you end up with 5 pairs, then at least there's a plan.
What do I do when I draw Dora? I think the answer is draw more Dora. Or at least that's the plan most of the time.
That's ideal. Kawahara, by the way, in the West heat, so she can call a discarded West or Tempai.
9, so... Well, you want to get Sanjiku, but it's not realistic here. Do you just cut the Dora? No, setting a potential Dora Tonki with a Sanjiku. The 8-so is dead, so that block makes a lot of sense, cutting the 7-8.
Yeah, this is a Dora plan all the way through.
Another pair up, doesn't want it. Back goes the 5-mon. 2-so. Okay, I don't like that one. I would definitely hold the 2-so because I do like some maneuvering around for Itsu. The problem is all the blocks are pretty locked. Oh, well, Dora pair up. So you have a lot of options. You really believe in the Chitoitsu, you cut 5-mon, but 2 is definitely the normal play.
Nogo and Fukushima with that Shitoi idea could have the hand to beat here.
1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. That's Ishan 10.
Oh, this 9 looks good.
Such a tempting weight. Yeah, the 6-so doesn't do much here. And it's another one of those tells you just don't want it sitting around. It could get you in a lot of trouble. Dora pair up. Well, we're just Tempai. This is Pinfu Dora 2, possible Sanjoku.
Yeah, it does not even reach. He thinks the 9-pin will come out naturally.
Well, there's a very loose 9-pin. Oh, well.
Oh, no.
Sheepishly just has to take the sumo here. What do I say? Never Dama your Pinfu. This is 2 games in a row where it's, maybe I should Dama it. And no, just punished by the wall both times. We'll take the win regardless. That said...
Atsumo Pinfu Dora 2 missing out on Hanemon minimum.
Yes.
And in a situation where you need first place, like you're forced to get a first place.
Well, you don't need first. You need to be above Kawahara specifically. Oh, no, that's City Plus. Yeah, they absolutely have to be first. Yeah, you're right. I would definitely have reached that from that position.
Yeah, definitely a tough pill to swallow finding the 6-pin there. But again, that is just...
That's why it was kind of sheepish flipping it over of the, do I dare Furita Riichi this? The thought was there.
If it's later in the game, there are actually some scenarios where you would just Furita Riichi after drawing the 6-pin.
Oh, absolutely. I've done that before in those situations. If you have a condition to meet, you play to the condition. It doesn't matter.
But we are moving forward. Fukushima with the dealership here in East 3. 3-pin Dora. Kawahara in the South seat.
South Unko here. That is the South player, I believe. So Kawahara with a Yaku already. Speaking of Yaku, Haku pair up. Can potentially call and go here. For another pair, but still not enough for a Chitoitsu. I just go 8-so. When in doubt, play efficiency. Really standard advice that a lot of newer players, like, no, I could go for this big bright play. No, when you don't know, just play what you know is going to help you the most in the future. You don't have to make the fanciest play. Sometimes it just do what makes sense.
There is a reason that the standard decisions, the standard
Our
discards are the
standard.
standard, right?
Oh, another pair. This is Chitoitsu Ishanten, potentially waiting on Dora. Oh, that is a beautiful draw. The problem is his hand only needs how many more sixes?
It's okay. We can take some threes as well.
I mean, I'd take some threes here, especially it being Dora. Tuso doesn't help. Still Ishanten. Formon completes one block and definitely moving towards the Honitsu there in Manzu. Haku will hold it for now.
Oh,
Dora, well, say you draw a Dora, you just get another one. It makes things easier.
yeah, this is a big chance for Kawahara and Team Four Seasons.
Another Manju draw there with a 2-mon. And getting closer to Honitsu, but not the fastest hand. This is We Are Tenpai.
Holding the Shampoo
This
away.
is the South players Kendama with the 6-0 3-pin Shampon. We see 3 of those outs in that hand. Another Manju draw here. Would love this Haku, and it's going to come out. So a very wide Ishanten.
Yeah, 2, 5, 6, 8-mon, 7-mon as well.
7-mon, the sad one that's technically Tenpai.
Oh,
Con?
Con.
Hold it for now. The problem with not conning is if you do end up making another call, you cannot con afterwards.
The other thing to consider with this is Ishida with the Honitsu for Team Little. She really doesn't want to make the job easier for Team Aoki or Team Four Seasons. So
Exactly. 3,900 is probably fine here.
if she draws like the 6-mon and ends up
Well, we'll take that sad 7 Tenpai. And everyone sees, well, I had the con, but didn't take it. Waiting on the 7. This is not Tenpai. It's a wide Ishanta, but it's not Tenpai.
Choosing to cut 3 so here.
Dama still stuck there. And we know the 3s and the 6s are pretty locked unless this turns into a Honitsu play, which it doesn't look like it will.
Oh, God, I really wants to get off the 6-0 and draw 7 so particularly.
And now it's Suji, sure. Dora's never dangerous, but it's Suji, right?
Right.
One of those famous last words things.
Uh-oh.
Now that is Tenpai here. Riichi, Pinfu, Tanyao, and then either Ipeko or Dora. Could cut the 6 here and win on the Genbutsu 5 and will do so.
I love the 6 cut here. There are only 2 copies of the 5 left. Oh, the Dora!
Dora says, let's not do that.
Oh, Ipatsumo!
Oh, Sumo, the Ipatsu. Riichi Patsumo, Pinfu, Ipeko, Tanyao. No Ura, so it is just Mongon.
Oh, I think that's Hanemon.
Oh, it is Hanemon.
Yeah.
Riichi Patsumo, Pinfu, Tanyao, Ipeko. Yeah, the Ipeko is the last one. That's a Hanemon Fukushima way out in front. This is really important for Team Aoki. The big fight are the yellow scores in 3. And Fukushima way out in front now. 14,000.
Suddenly, the pressure goes to Team Little in 4th place. This is the one condition they couldn't have, is the 2 teams on 3 going 1-2 and Little in 4th. Now, they still have tie breaks to consider. They're still just fine according to the tie breaks, but if the situation changes and Aoki loses the lead to Team Four Seasons, or Team Little falls down even further, there could be trouble. So far, they're safe, but definitely the pressure mounting.
Oh, the other part of this is Team City Plus is, I'm not going to say doomed, but this is worst case. They have to have Team Little in 2nd place, and they have to win. And that is not looking likely now.
Yeah, the only way to make that work realistically is to directly hit Okay, and Four Seasons back down, but since they've just picked up 18,000 points, it's going to be a lot harder.
All right, we'll take a look at these hands. Pinfu Tanyao hand. Pinfu, 6, 7, 8 Sanjigo looking potential. Cuts the pay pair. 5 so, another pair here. Multiple Ipeco options. 3 so is a decent floater here for the Pinfu hand. Well, the Penchan, but importantly, that one money is Dora, so some value in there. 5, 6, 7, 8 there in Sozu. Told. We'll hold it for at least a turn.
So far, it looks like advantage to Kawahara in this hand in terms of speed. Oh, the Dora.
It doesn't really fit in this hand. Gives up on the Sanjigo route.
Maybe saying it's
9
going to
so goes back.
easier to just draw a second Dora than it is to make the Sanchoku happen.
Well, Ishida draws a Dora and stares at it for a bit, but can't do anything with it. Doesn't discard it, though. You have to fish for some sort of value here.
So,
Kawahara not thrilled by this draw.
which house do you want to
It really is, what do I do with this Dora? That is the only consideration.
Ends up breaking away from the Yonake and the Sozu. The 9 so had been discarded, so 50-10 potential avoided by cutting the 8 so here.
Well, there's your 6, 7, 8. Now you may even just go to Ortonki with that one. Whereas a bunch of those ones are out. Ooh, there's an Ipeco upgrade.
Yeah, that 4-pin.
I think everyone has a 1 Mondora at this point.
I think you're right. Well, no longer.
Out it goes. And that fun 22466 shape. Headless, but still also no way. I kind of just want to follow it right now because I don't want that in my hand anymore. I'd absolutely cut Dora, and that is the play here.
Ishantam. Potential Riichi Pinfu Dora for Nagata.
7 connects here, and the Pinzu could go 5 Mon. Another one of those tiles, you just don't want it in your hand. Oh, that is Tempai, and we're going to Riichi here. This is Riichi Pinfu, possibly Peiko. 2-pin, 5-pin. Extra value on the 2.
In terms of tiles live, 1 2-pin discarded, 3 5-pins are held. Oh, sorry. One of the 2 pins is held and 2 of the 5 pins are held, but still 4 tiles remain. Ooh, Ipeco.
Another 3. The problem is, with 2 1-mon out, the shape isn't nearly as good as it looks. Plus, this is the direct fight between the 2 teams at 3 points. Right, so that is East Shunton. I imagine it's just the West.
Yeah, dealer can be excused to fight here.
Well, Fukushima really doesn't want Kawahara winning this, but the only thing worse than letting Kawahara sumo is dealing it yourself and says, okay, I'm out.
Yeah, at least not going to play aggressively forward.
There's some strange Mawashi, but probably just getting out of here.
Oh, there's a deal in.
2-pin is not it.
Deal in tile.
1 so, that is Tempai. Could have an option of the 6-9 weight or the 5-8 weight.
Neither look.
I think you have to take Tempai. The question is, do you throw the Suji 9 or do you do it in a Gimbutsu? And yeah, just throws the Suji 9. Will Dama here on the Gimbutsu 8 so.
Uh-oh, this is dangerous. Another Dama instead of a Riichi.
On a Pinfu, no less. Well, if things have followed pattern, there will be a guaranteed sumo, but it wasn't the Pinfu hand that is. Oh, they are a 2! Riichi Sumo Pinfu Ipeco Dora 2.
That's another Hanemon. How are we getting all of these Pinfu Hanemon hands And that is huge. That is Fukushima with the Oyakaburi.
Well, that is one of the underrated aspects of Ipeco is you're guaranteed 3 chances for it or a 2.
Yeah, 2 of the chances aren't too strong, but that last one was good for Kawahara here.
Pretty strong. And, of course, your other pair. So I guess 4 options.
All right, I'm going to
some
do some raw
conflicts you
points
have,
math.
but
That's plus 13 for 4 seasons and minus, let's just say 15 to make the math easy. So minus 28. Still 12 points of gap to go before Ishida and Team Little have to sweat out the tie breaks.
yes, with City Plus being basically irrelevant at this point, it really is between Team Little and Team Four Seasons for that tiebreaker if it were to end here.
I neglected the fact that Team 4 Seasons just took the lead. So we're looking at Aoke, which the gap is only
Team
33.
Aoke here.
That changes.
Well, no, the tiebreaker is a long way off now because this is worst case scenario for Team Little. The team with the negative score coming in is the one that would be making up the gap here and would jump up to 6 to where it wouldn't even be a tiebreaker. Team Little is out if the score ends here.
Absolutely. This is danger territory.
Well, we're going to see a con. Yes, we are.
Kawahara says, I'm on a roll. I don't need to stop.
Perfect draw.
7 so.
Into an Ishanten for Itsu. Haku pair up, can potentially call and go. 7-7-8-8. Of course, now also has an 8 Mondora in the hand, but the rest of the shapes aren't ideal. Okay, I'll admit, I'm mildly surprised Kawahara did not just draw a Forso there.
It really felt like the flow was moving in one direction, but I have to wait a little bit longer for the Tempai. All the Mon tiles are important now as they either are Dora or connect to Dora.
2 Mon is not it. Looking for 1 so, 4 so, or 7 so. Of course, more value on the 1 or 4, but the 7 would still be a very acceptable Tempai with all that Fu on the table. 1, 2, 4, 5 here in the Pinzu. Could just go Chun. I also don't mind 9 so. Does go with the 9. I feel really bad with the 7-8 in the pond, but there's nothing you do about it at this point. Oh, well, that's a draw.
I mean, 6 pin is efficient.
So I think the most efficient cut is actually 9 so.
In terms of
well, yeah, 6 pin I think is by
quality
is
weight,
most,
sure.
Right.
So you get
does go with the 6.
You get a little punished if you draw the 7 so specifically, but that's the only draw that gives you a bad Tempai.
Then you're in the Tonki and you say, okay, well, we wait until we see something better if that's the specific draw that comes.
The other downside here, of course, the fact that you're not going to get Itsu anymore, but
Dora pair up, so I think you just go Tanya now. It is slow, the shapes are terrible, but it's Tanya. It's more just because it's not anything else other than Shitoitsu, and if it's Shitoitsu, it's probably also Tanya anyway. Well, what do they say? You see the long pause of the whelp.
The one bad draw.
This should just be a Dama cutting the 2 so or the 3 so. You could Riichi the 3 so,
yeah.
Having cut an early 3, that is a disgusting weight, but with 1-2 out, I wouldn't do it. If it were live, I might feel disgusting enough to do it.
Yeah, giving this some thought though. Lets it go back.
Throws it back. Okay, says I'm not taking it.
I have just become a fan of Kawahara. I love making this play. I want to see it pay off now.
Well, far ahead of where the other players at the table are, so basically any so's you draw is an upgrade.
2 pin. Unfortunately, we've just finished cutting all of our ones.
Oh no. Throw that back too. I think you'd throw the 8 pin instead.
Yeah, so if we had cut the 3 Suwadama, we would have the Nobutan Riichi now.
Yes.
All right,
2-mon's a great fill, but still need something lower. So there's our Hakupon. Ishunten here.
It's not really a value play for Ishida.
Well, the Tanya Odora 2 has not moved at all.
This hand also frozen.
Just suffering. That 7 so has just been misery.
You know, if you continue to draw this way, you start to think back. Should I have gone 8 pin, 7 pin? Should I have gone 3 so, 2 so?
Tempai waiting on 3 pin.
It's 2 Yakuhai.
Another Dora. Should just be 2 pin here. Unless you're really thinking there's a Tempai danger. It is in the danger zone. Nope, cuts the 5. That feels like an I'm going Chitoitsu or nothing.
All right.
One so, okay, which Nobetan do we want? We'll wait on the 5-8 so. For Riichi with a bunch of foo.
Yeah, let's not forget.
Not Tempai.
This hand started with a con of the 9 pin.
Could switch it, but no, staying on the 3 pin weight.
Oh no!
Oh, the wrong Nobetan.
Everything has gone wrong this hand, but there's still some hope. It's not over yet.
Should just be 7 so, yeah.
8 so, okay.
Gets it anyway. Says, okay. Well, I don't get a Potsu, but I'll take it. And there's an Ura 1.
That makes up
so
for it.
So it is Riichi Sumo.
Riichi Ura with
That's
all
a
that
wait.
food.
How much foo? Yeah.
It's going to be enough. It's going to be enough.
What? Yeah, Riichi Sumo, Dora. You should have Mongon.
Yeah. 3 and 70. It's good enough. Kawahara will...
I think it's 3 and 60, but yes.
Oh, well... Fair enough. Yep. Regardless,
it's one more. Since we have Kiryagamon on, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we've got it on. Kawahara with the essential Mongon. And now, dominance. Okay. If this locks...
55,000.
If this locks in Team 4 Seasons in first place, we can't guarantee that, of course. But that really puts even more pressure on Little, and City Plus almost out.
Yeah, City Plus needs a direct Yakumon off Team 4 Seasons and then needs to do work on Alke. So you're feeling pretty limited at this point. You'll have your dealer turn, but I kind of expect Naga to just get very passive afterwards. If we do get to South 2. Without a drastic change in the scoreline. But we take a look at this. A few pairs into the Sanjagu. So some options here. Bad shapes everywhere. I mean, there's a distant Itsu and Pinzu, but ugh. Medium speed Pinfu hand. 8 pin would really help. And this is a Hatsu call and go with 1 Dora. Not a fan of any of these hands.
Uncle kind of helps. Still a lot of work to do.
Kind of is doing a lot of work in that statement.
I got another pair.
These hands vary from really bad to absolutely terrible. Yeah. Like maybe the Hatsu could turn into Hatsu Dora 1 on the Dora indicator. That's not even a good hand. But that's the thing, is you have to play every single hand. You can't just throw it in the muck and move on. You have to figure out how to maneuver with it.
And now
Chitoitsu Ishanten potentially on Dora. When in doubt, just pair a whole bunch of things up, and if everything turns into a pair, then you have an actual hand.
3-pin.
3-pin's a really good draw. One of what will need to be several.
No Itsu here.
At the same time, Kawahara doesn't have to play this head at all. Ooh, 8-pin. That's actually a real interesting tile. Yeah, I like throwing it back. If the 8-so weren't Dora, you have an option to go regular hand, but you're not throwing Dora there. There's no way. Ishunten on the left. 6-mon really doesn't do much, and I'm never going to hold it. 4-so, nope. 3-pin, okay. Pinzo looking a little better. Still has that problem that we'll need the door indicator. 6-pin, not even going to consider the Itsu play, having already thrown the 8 earlier.
Ishanten. Everyone's getting there now. Ishanten for every player.
But that's the thing. The hands all started so poorly, but they're all pretty close now.
Now, props to the players for finding a path. It's a different path for most players, but there's the first
That is
Tenpai.
Tenpai. It's a 2-mon, 5-mon Shampon with no Yaku.
Ooh, East will go back. Did that die earlier? I think, yeah, it was cut twice, so it could only be a pair.
Yeah, 2 cut and draw the last 2 doesn't help you at all. I guess it does if you're looking for a pair, but the hand really wasn't. Ooh, do you ever cut 5-mon here? Nope.
I
would. I'd cut 5-mon.
That is the play that I like to make, but...
Oh, well, do you really just cut Dora this late? I don't think so. But especially Ishida, you need to overcome City Plus, and then it doesn't matter what happens.
No, it refuses to do
So, yeah, I think you just have to play for the value.
I was thinking maybe you could cut the Haku and then decide later.
Is that Tenpai? I think it is.
It
Yeah,
is.
waiting on 7, so no Yaku.
Is Dora a liability almost for all of these players? It's forced Nagata into a Chitoitsu. It's forced Ishida into a bad shape.
What's always the problem with a 7 Dora indicator is everyone needs it. And if no one pairs up the 8, they're all going to get stuck on it. And that is exactly what we see happening.
Hello, fellow tile drawer. Kawahara has been drawing the best.
Tenpai, out goes the Riichi, waiting on the door indicator. So this is Riichi, Dora 1. 7, so Ishida would love to sumo this.
Uh-oh. And this is why we don't Riichi our bad shampoo.
Well, yeah, it's such a bad weight, but at the same time, if we'd have got 5-mon, like both of us said, you'd still be able to get out of this.
Yeah. Plays the Genbutsu.
No,
5
goes
so.
to the 5, so this is not worth it. If I get a Sononko, maybe we go for it, but until then, meh. Shaw is not the Ipatsu.
The Sanchoku draw came too late.
Ooh, that's the type of tile that would get me in trouble. I might just throw the 7 if I had cut the 5 earlier. And just drastically change everything in the hand.
Ipatsu
Ends up
mechanics.
playing.
Live and well here in the Saikyosen Team Battle. Are there any 7-so left? There's 2 in this hand. I don't recall. I don't
And
believe...
of course, the indicator is one of them.
Yeah, so I think 1 left.
That is my read as well.
Kawahara gets off of it.
Close, but nope.
If it goes to Ryukyoku, Ishida would probably be reasonably happy. Couldn't expect...
Netting 3,000, of course, would be acceptable.
Yeah, not a lot
You
of
lose
diving
Riichi
hands.
stick, you gain 1,000 in everyone, but you get the 3,000 from the raw points. Everyone else minus 1,000 and minus 1,000 for the stick, so a net of 3,000. Should it be the only player tempai? Forbon, do I call? That is the thought here. Do I want tempai? Yes!
Yeah, this is actually a huge tempai call. Not only for Team OK just to collect a few points, but this reduces the number of points that Team Little is going to get at Yukioku. Considered calling here, but doesn't. Did not want to give anything away.
There's
Hatsu
the
goes back.
third Hatsu. Can't use that in this hand. We're going to see 2 players tempai. So instead, the Riichi does not gate a whole lot here.
Still, the gap closes to third place for Ishida. Only 3,800 to go, and dealership will move forward into the south rounds.
More importantly, we've moved to south round. This is City Plus last stand.
Must.
You need to win, and you need to win a lot.
Exactly.
After this hand, it's basically over. And Dora 2 with a Yaku High is a good start. I like this hand.
All right, a little promise here for Team City Plus.
Look at all those Manzu. What about Shinitsu?
That might be the one way that the door leaves the hand.
This has a West pair, so it could be called.
Poland.
Oh, this is a June pair. Poland going for it. You have to. All these hands are quite good. Ishun 10.
Show me the Tuman. With the last door drawn.
You can hold back that south now. You should be a little suspicious of the south.
So all of the door have been drawn at this point. Of course, the dealer with a pair. Kawahara with one. She can just...
Another pin tile. Ooh, there's a nice upgrade with a 5-pin. Out goes the 1. More acceptance now on the Ishunten. But you don't even really want the pay to pair up.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. If you pair up the pay, do you even cut the door for Honitsu only tempai?
No.
Right? Yeah, throw that out. Get that out of here.
That gives some options.
Oh, tempai.
That is tempai. We'll go ahead and reach you here. Shaw 9-pin. This is the west seat.
And
there is one of those 9-pin. 3, that is not tempai. Do you dare shove the Dora? You kind of have to make the decision now. You could throw 8-mon, but you lose quite a bit of acceptance, specifically on the 7. Do you even want the 7?
Yeah, 9's pawned.
With the 9 being pawned, the 6 is 2 out. It's not even that useful. I don't mind 8-mon. Honestly, the 8-mon is, you keep it for an 8-mon.
Yeah, exactly. Can you risk the door here? This could end your tournament if you're dealing with a Dora.
Yes.
With 8-mon.
I don't hate this play.
That doesn't mean the door is
and
not
there's
coming
another
out later.
6. Right. Well, I don't know. You might throw the Dora, especially if you get a 4-mon or something gives you a really wide shape. I would just shove it.
Oh, he shunt that.
There's the 9. Doesn't matter. Passes the win. The 9-pin did come out. It has been passed. We have a Furita and Riichi now.
What is this madness?
Into what's looking like a Shinitsu. That is a bold play.
Yeah, clearly strategery happening, but this is incredibly aggressive from Fukushima. Fukushima says no. Oh, here it is.
Gotta throw it. You have to throw this.
It's so wide.
Four-sided.
1-4-3-6. You gotta throw it.
Yeah,
You
that's
gotta
what I
throw it.
see. Sucks it up. Out it
Dealer pull.
goes. And you hear a sound from the hand, and you exhale, and there's the 5.
It goes
Not
through.
the winning tile.
3 pins close. The 2, that's also safe.
Wow.
One of the only matchups
The
is
5
going.
is clear.
Fukushima in so much trouble now. Oh, but there's that sumo from the
Oh,
dealer.
4. Nagata will take it and shut this down, and that is the problem with passing the road on that Riichi. A City Plus getting involved again could cause a lot of problems.
Oh
At the
my
same
goodness.
time, Team Little is up against a wall here. We're sitting here with 5 points. If the thing were to end here, they would still advance because City Plus has jumped into second place now.
What just happened? Now, Team Little might not be trying to escape by winning. They might be trying to just help City Plus win.
That 9-pin pass was a very bold play. We will see if it ends up biting. But that is, well, speaking of 9-pin, we'll just draw 3 of them.
Suddenly,
That was a turning point in the game. We will see if it changes everything or if it's just a little blip.
what a turnaround. The math changes for everyone now. Ishida, in particular, is going to have to recompute necessary conditions. Fukushima still has the goal of finishing second. That's all that matters here. Second or higher.
Six is a great draw. Still has the Pinzu shaped work with the 2, 4, 6, 8. Of course, 6-pin is the Dora, so I imagine 2s come out fairly soon. Hatu pair here, maybe call and go. 2 connects loose with the 4, but the idea is really a south here. The problem is Ishida needs value, and it's just not here.
What a dramatic turn things have taken. Kawahara steadfast, does not worried about any of those changes. Very clear goal, just stay in front. There's another
Shun
Yakuhai.
pair up, could brute force the Honitsu. That seems to be the play. 4-pin pair up, could go Tanya cutting 9-9. Gets the 2 first, though. Makes sense to me. Pay doesn't do much by itself, but of course, pair it up, you can maneuver around. Ooh, 8 so. That is an interesting shape there in the Sozu, but you could just treat it to a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 1 extra tile that's coming out soon.
Suso back. Still the Yakuhai all to call. There's the one of them.
And it is snapped up.
Instantly cutting the Montal too. It's going to be the flush.
Well, and it's a double Yakuhai. So there's a Hanemon route, because that hand can accept Dora. It is Honitsu in the Dora suit. At the same time, that tells the other players, maybe we should speed up, because they, of course, see the double Yakuhai, and you don't really think Ishida's hand is as bad as it is, but it's a long way to go.
Haku, these honor tiles are tough to push right now.
It's more Kawahara doesn't have any incentive to fight it. I think in a regular game, I just shove it and not worry about it, but you just don't want to deal in if you're Team 4 Seasons here. Ooh, 5-pin. There is that route to Hanemon.
Yeah, City
Goes
Plus.
with the 9, not believing in the Sanshigu.
True
Dora pair up.
Oh, Haku's going to come out now. It does go through cleanly. It allows Nagata the same relief.
8-pin. He goes back, still needs the 7. I think you just have to cut the 7 pin here. Nope, not even going to entertain it. Just doesn't want to get in any danger. Kawahara just out completely at this point.
And she can afford it. She can afford to just stay away.
Fremon, ooh, well, with a 7 last turn, you can't really use that, so just folding. Haku is a worthless side. Ooh, 2 pin. I guess a lot. It could even cut the 5 here.
Yeah.
We'll do so. Looking for the chute and the 6 pin. Oh, there's a shift for Sanjiku. Could go 9, so we'll do so. Could even potentially just call this down.
I mean, would get Fukushima out of third.
Shaw goes back.
And that was one of the tiles that Fukushima had to get rid of, is that west. Definitely clear now.
And we'll take the opportunity to get it out of this hand. Another 7. This is basically, can I convince myself to go 1-1?
The answer,
is no.
Oh, Tenpai.
Tenpai.
2 pin, 6 pin, 9
Three-sided
pin.
2, 6, 9. Of course, the 6 is Hanemon. It being the door, this has to be Hatsu. This is a little bit of Hollywooding. Tough decision. No, it's not.
That will give the call, though, to the dealer. Ishanta now.
Yes, Ishan 10. Now that Hatsu call. 1 is not a winning tile. Needs 2 pin, 6 pin, or 9 pin.
We know the 9 pin is gone. That last 9 pin has been discarded.
Well, I don't think any pins are coming out, and not even going to consider playing for Chitoitsu.
Well, Tenpai.
Waiting 5-8 mon. Could switch to Toy here. This is a real decision.
Oof. You're probably not seeing the door from someone else, so switches.
Plus, this also lets you con the 9 if it does come out.
Oh,
Can't win on it anymore.
Not possible.
Oh, yes, the 9th there on the left. Can't use that.
But Sumo for Saranko?
Yes, it would be. It's Sumo. It'd be Sananko, Toy, and then the triple Yakuhai, and the Honitsu.
Yeah, it's Baimon. Is there a 2?
There's the 2!
Oh, and that's huge, hitting City Plus directly. So triple Yakuhai, Honitsu Toy, that's just a Hanemon, but that's direct. That's going to change position. And Team Little has found another way.
Team Little back in. This is acceptable condition for them. Now it'd be Team Four Seasons and Team Little advancing if the game were to end here. And interestingly as well, Team City Plus is now effectively out of it. We'll see how Nagata plays going forward, but you might see some backing off relative to how it would else would be played, because there is no incentive here. You need direct Yakumons, and really that's about it.
Yeah, so I imagine we will see Yakuman attempts, but once the pressure gets put on, we'll see backing away. And now the pressure moves to Team Aoke, who is set to pick up 2 points for 5. That's not going to be good enough. And so they need to knock Team Little below
Team Aoke needs to overcome. Yeah, you need to either overcome Team Four Seasons, or you need to knock Little back down below City Plus.
What a swing once again.
Again, everyone playing to their conditions. It is a very tough format because of that. The raw score not mattering too much, although there is an off chance here if Team Little does drop back to 4th.
We already saw Team Aoke making some strategic moves, not taking a win off of City Plus that had a chance of putting them below Team Little. That led to a traumatic City Plus Mangan Sumo, but we're back in this situation again where Aoki needs directly to target Team Little. By the way, Ishida with a very interesting pairs-based hand.
Interesting in pairs. Not following you here.
Well, we'll see if it stays pairs. There's plenty of other routes it could take.
There are always ways to upgrade. Although you do see that pawn on the left, you start going, huh? Because that screams Kokushi. But again, it's Nagata. You're not surprised if it's some weird Kokushi or Suiso play.
By the way, Fukushima might take the path of trying to surpass Team Four Seasons. He's got Dora pair.
Well, you have 3 hands minimum to do so, but 18,000 is a lot. Formon, this is now Ishan 10, could go with the 4-pin, we'll do so. And ideally just get the door to come out, but that seems unlikely. Kawahara definitely has no incentive to cut it.
Yeah, that 4-pin.
Says, do I want to hold that 7? Maybe.
A notable pass from Ishida, so not trying to do anything too fancy
3,
here.
possibly Peiko upgrade.
Chance for even more
And
value.
we'll go ahead and take it. Well, not only that, just the ability to Dama as well.
That is
There is one of those 2s out, though.
That's an interesting idea for Fukushima. Would you rather Dama and try to target Little, or would you rather Riichi and aim for more points to surpass Four Seasons?
Well, the problem is there are 2 Tumon out, and of course, if you're waiting on it and you have 1 in your hand, that means there is at most 1 left. So I think you would Dama in that situation.
Assuming
7. Oh, and now, of course, you got the 6. The 7's going to come. Followed up by the 7 here for the Chitoitsu. 3 pins a great draw, but the hand's still a little slow.
Just brute forcing the flush at this point. And this is
4-pin goes back.
No
Doesn't
call.
do anything here.
If Ishida really wanted to make some vulnerability, it draws the 7-pin.
Oh, what about you just draw a tile that upgrades you to possible Itsu Honitsu Chun? That is Tempai for the Chitoitsu.
It's just Riichi Chitoi.
But, yeah, Riichi Chitoi isn't that useful.
Okay, maybe just gonna wait for a Dora.
You're hoping to draw a Dora. Yeah, exactly. Draw a Dora and just wait on Dora. Problem is, 2 of them are locked up here, so there aren't 2 winning the wall, and here's the 3rd. So only 1 in the wall, and impossible to win unless someone else throws it.
Ishanten for Kawahara. Again, she will never cut the Dora, so...
6-pin is taken. This gives a potential Itsu call here. Two-pin doesn't help. Out goes the 8.
That gets rid of that 8 before it becomes bad.
That is 3-10. You can't use that as your weight on the 9. That is Tempai. I think you have to take it. The question is, do you 1-mon Riichi, or do you go for the greedy Shumpon on the edge of the greedy Shumpon? Haku 1-mon with 2 Dora confirmed. This is not Tempai.
No, this is get me out of here. Oh, there's the Dora.
Oh, this will be a chase. You have to chase. We know it's dead, but you have to chase with this. Will Dama instead? I'm surprised it's Dama. I would reach you that.
Yeah, maybe trying to do some math
Shock,
on
nope.
if the sumo is even going to be good enough. Even if he gets to first place, remember, he still has the condition of dragging the other players down too, with Team Little being in second.
Right. Sumo would actually hurt because you don't want little dropping. You want little
Right.
to hit, but at the same time, you really want to drop Alk hard. I guess the drop between 6,400 and 8,000 isn't that big. There's probably consideration.
Ishida had a chance at getting some points here, but is really not going to risk anything against this Riichi.
Well, yeah, but that's why Nagata being Tenpai is going to be very important, is that's going to close the gap again. Will be a 200-point gap if this does end up going to a draw.
How live is the one?
Oh, the 5M, that would have been the sumo, wasn't it?
Yeah, on the
Yes, that would have been the sumo. That would have been Mangan sumo. Unfortunate for Fukushima. But I do wonder about that. I think taking the wider weight makes sense because you want to drop Ishida down with the Oyakabri here, but so many choices being made over the course of this hand, and we are at the draw.
This game is going to be so full of moments
What
to
ifs?
look back on and wonder.
What ifs, the decisions,
You could
and all the
probably
positional play.
analyze this for hours. And we move forward. Ishida not Tenpai. We move to the South 3 dealership. Fukushima has two goals: either bring Ishida and Team Little down below City Plus, or surpass Four Seasons. And this is the chance to accomplish the second goal.
Yeah, at the same time, Little only 200 points above City Plus. So if you can knock Little down, then Team Alkai is in position here, even with the scores as they are. But if things were to end right now, it would be Team Little and Team Four Seasons advancing.
Not bad for Kawahara. Cuts door,
Nice
turn
little
one.
Itsu hand. That's a Pinfu hand. You take that. 2, 3, 4, 5 there in the Sozu. So Pinfu hand. This is a callable hand. The question is, can you get any value from it? Do you need any value? No, your dealer.
Yeah, the shape's not. Ooh, hold that thought.
Well, it's a south pair up. But Nagata just needs so much more here. No, I imagine it's just 1-2 pin. Could go with a 5, but I like the 1-2, and that will be the play. One will be called down, looking for that tune.
Yeah, locked in at this
Might
point.
has to be the 2. That'll also be called for Tenpai. Hey, wait a sec. Is this Horitsu? Because if you see calls of 1 pin and 2 pin on polls, you do have to think about it. The weird thing is that 9 pin discard earlier, so you should suspect it is a random Yaku high weight, which is exactly what it is.
That means Ishida might be slowed down, though, if she can't drop honor tiles.
Oh, goes the 5, and that does feel like an I'm Tenpai discard. Middle and the least relevant suit, that feels like a Tenpai discard. It turns out it's just a shift down was already Tenpai, but I would definitely be reading Fukushima as Tenpai.
Yeah, it also leaves the possibility of a random Toy Toy open as well. Although you still expect a
Yes,
Toy Toy would want an honor tile.
that's the thing. If you're defending against Honor, it's going to do the same thing for a Toy defense. And even here, considering on the 1, is it really Tenpai on the Toy? I feel it's almost a little more defensive with that 6-0 cut.
I'm reminded of an earlier hand, I think in the previous game, where the dealer had called Yakuhai, 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 and ended up with a 1-mon, 3-mon Champon ways. And it was like turn 4, turn 5. The rest of the table had to miserably fold against that for the rest of the hand. This is not quite as valuable, but a similar position.
Well, you also have to think that there's a non-zero chance of just waiting on pay. If it is Toy Toy with Dora 2, anything could be expensive.
That's absolutely true.
Or even just a Dora Tonki. When maybe he already has, say, a Chunanko waiting on the Dora. You're
Right.
talking a potential 5,200 or even 6,400 or even Mungon, just depending on what else is in there.
And the door that was discarded already from Kawahara was the first turn, basically.
Yeah,
the
you have
second
to
discarded
factor
game,
it
so
in.
there's plenty of time.
Any type of Toy Toy hands could be waiting for it. And that is Tenpai will Dama here, 2-so, 5-so.
Kawahara, the easiest path forward.
Well, we see. Oh, there's the last tune. And look at all those 2-5s in hand, just collecting all the winning dials. The wall clearly wants Ishida to suffer.
Oh, Khan. Fukushima drew the 1 pin. No Rinshan. Of course, we weren't going to see the tune drawn, but there's the other side of the weight.
Or so. Oh, this is the do I go Toy Toy? It's too late at this point. I feel if you draw that 3, maybe 4 or 5 turns ago, you could legitimately consider it, but not here.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough because less likely other players will drop Shonpai Tell since they're considering you might be a toy, but for greed purposes, certainly some incentive.
This is going to be very important. If the 2 comes out, everyone should read it as a shift, and that should make the hand look very cheap. But instead, Sumagiri, so everyone needs to respect the Tenpai. For so, not dealing in. Again, it's 2-5-so versus Chun. Oh, another bird. Would have had all 4 of them. Where are the other 2-5s? The 2-so, 5-so. There should still be a bunch. I mean, yes, there are 2 here and 4 in the other hand, but that means there are still a couple on the wall.
How deep do we need to go? Lots is no good here.
Well, the problem is Hatsu Navra knows it's Chun. There aren't any other options. Dora drop. Well, that's never coming.
Yeah, we're gonna see those. Lots of hitting the board.
So it is 2 of the 2-5-so versus 0 of the Chun. Doesn't like the 7. This is one where Kawahara, because of the lead, is just, do I have to throw this? The answer is no, you don't have to, but I probably
The
would.
question is, how much do you believe it's the tune versus a toy?
Well, even if it is Toy, then 7's not a great tie because he's a bunch of 8s and a couple 6s. So 7's a reasonable chance here. But I just feel if it's Toy, it's Toy Nomi, you're not losing much dealing in anyway.
And if Kawahara
If
can
it's Pei Shumpon, I
right.
don't buy it here.
If Kawahara can end this dealership, that basically locks in the advancement. So there's a lot of incentive to push.
Then you just don't have to worry about it. It says, I have enough of a lead, I'm not going to play around with it.
Yeah,
I don't hate the fold here. I would probably push, but I do not oppose the fold. Another 5. Would have gone to a toy, different than we were expecting, though.
Very good to consider the.
And the 2-5 just dead on the wall.
Astra
There are two
Hatsu.
of them left. Two were deadwalled. Unfortunate. But we do see Dealer here picking up 3,000, the only player Tempai.
All right, ground made up by Fukushima and Team Aoki. Still a 200
Yes, close
margin.
the gap. Alkai has two situations that will cause them to advance. They need to either overtake Team Four Seasons or they need to drop a little below Team City Plus. If either of those two things happen, then Team Alkai will advance.
I mean, at this point, a dealer Mongon Sumo puts them into first place. And this hand looks good. This hand looks really good.
Looks really good. Not too much value, but I'm not going to complain about an Ishunt and Pinfu from dealer on turn one.
Oh, reminiscent of the one hand where three players were Ishanten from Haipai. Do we have the same here? Not
A whole
quite.
bunch of Sozu here. Very flexible with Tudora as well. This may even be a Junchan. One so is not an upgrade. Yeah, it's Ryama Ramen Ishanten from turn one for dealer. Classic. Hey, can I get more hands like that?
We've seen actually a large number of
9
them.
pair up. Ooh, could just go Chitoy now. Yeah, I like the 5. You're not giving up on the Junchan Shunter routes. Upgrade to perfect Ishunten here.
Is Toy Toy Dash ever a consideration for Ishida?
No.
You're left pretty vulnerable.
Well, it just doesn't meet all the conditions, but the value would be the reason. You're not worried about value. You just need to open a little bit of space between yourself and Nagata because you figure Nagata's only going for big hands, but could sneak in with some Tempai payments.
Right.
That's why it's as close as it is. But I just feel, yeah, your Chitoy Tempai on Dora will Dama. And that's the other part. That's the real reason I didn't want to go Tortu. I just don't want to throw the Dora.
Oh boy, here we go.
There's our Riichi. Riichi Pinfu from the dealer. 3-so, 6-so. So we have two players Tempai. 3-so, 6-so versus 8-so.
We'll see how many tiles Ishida can play before she has to fold. Two of the door here.
Yes, there's only one out.
Shaw's actually pretty safe.
Shaw's fine. Well, you have two in the hand. If that deals in, you're just sad.
One door left in the wall. Two drawing pools for Ishida to find it.
And the other two, I imagine, are just going to hard fold at this point.
One pin.
One pin. Well, that's the first decision. One pin looks fine. I'd push it.
The 3-pin was Tsumogiri.
Yeah, it's still one chance, though. You see a couple threes. It's not that bad. It's more that if you're wrong, your tournament may be over.
Right.
There's an incentive you go west-west here and not worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to have to end up pushing the 1-pin later in the hand, though.
That's my concern, and that's probably why I'd push it here. I don't hate either option.
Can she risk the 1-pin?
You can see the instinct is cut the west.
Yeah, considering the possibilities, if
but
I
that's
deal
where
in,
the hand was. Oh, Tuban instead.
Also Gambutsu.
Yeah, that is Gambutsu. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I think a small part of it is if you do it, not believing in the Suanko apparently, is that if you do end up dealing in with the 1-pin, can you really face your teammates afterwards knowing you had all the safe tiles into the dealer? With this big lead at 5 points, can you stare them down after the game and say, I played it correctly? You have to remember the human aspect of the game.
That's very
It's
true.
different in a team matchup like this. So there's not really a whole lot to say at this point. It's does dealer sumo. I feel everyone else is pretty much out.
Yeah, counting the 3 6s, there's a couple 3s here. I believe 1 3 and 1 6 in the hand of 2 6s now.
Oh, there's another.
So 5 tiles gone just from the other players. 3 in the wall. And if this goes to draw with Fukushima Tenpai, that'll be a 4,000 point swing.
That, and you have to start considering the size of the pot.
Mm.
That at that point, any win, especially for Ishida, is probably good enough to get out of here. Because again, you don't expect Nagata to be going for a Hanemon, especially in all last. In this situation, it has to be a Yakuban. I don't think it would even have a condition. Would be what, triple Yakuman sumo only? Something along those lines?
Yeah, something
And I don't even
ridiculous.
think even that's allowed. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Nagata would have a condition if this goes to South 4 with things as they are. But more likely, we're either going to have a sumo from the dealer or a repeat. Am I missing something? Isn't it just pay?
Yeah, maybe
This
just
is just scanning out, looking for, are there any safe tiles, 100% safe tiles I missed? Or does it have to throw the chew to the pay? Says, nope, and goes with the pay.
and we've gotten to the point in the game where they've been playing for over an hour at this point, and you don't want to make a mistake at the very last moments that costs you your bid to the.
Well, not only that, they've been at it for a while. This broadcast has gone on for a long time.
Yeah, even if these players have not played, this is their first time sitting down at the table, but they've probably been in the studio in the area.
They've been watching. I guarantee you they've been watching.
And it is not, just a breeze to watch your teammates play. You're watching the game, you can't help but analyze it alongside what you're seeing. So you're expending mental power, rooting for your teammates, making decisions alongside them, and then you have to play your own match.
Oh no, and this is the decision we were talking about earlier. Are you gonna have to push the 1 pin anyway? That is the decision here.
I mean, at this point, there's no.
This is Kabe, so it's fine. It's 1 pin.
No harm.
I see 4 2s.
No regret.
I mean, if you go to 1 pin
goes
talkie,
through.
you just sadness and move on.
Yeah, the 8 still hasn't come out in the meantime, so it's not as if you missed out. There it is.
Yeah, there eventually gets there. But it just shows how tense the table is, that even just basic decisions, they're taking a while on. Doesn't have to do hard about that second 1 pin. Well, that's a 3, but it's the wrong suit. We are headed to a draw here.
Wow.
Fukushima will be the only player Tenpai here. Everyone sees, yes, it was just an early Pitfu. So now the pot is getting bigger. I believe that's 3 Honba and 2 Riichi sticks. Ishida, I feel, just wants any win and would basically punch the ticket to the next round. Nagata, again, the conditions are a mess. Kawahara just wants any win to move on to the next round and is in a pretty good condition. Would love to have that 12,000 point gap so the Fukushima cannot just Hanemon Sumo to overtake.
That's another good hand.
But that's just an East call and go. Has a Dora as well. You just go for Tone Door 1. There's our East. Will it be taken immediately?
Absolutely.
Yes, it will. Pretty close even. Needs a 3-pin. 2 of those locked here, though. Pinfu hand. Actually, a pretty good Pinfu hand there. Needs a 7, though. 1, 2, 3, so. 4 is a really good floater in that hand. 1, 1 goes back. 8 is a great draw. Katsuso.
Yeah, this is Nagata, who of course has some
Yeah, Nagata,
special
of course, has
conditions.
some weird conditions. So it's just very different there. Now, this is
Tough.
Ishida, who really, really wants to win this hand.
Technically, Ishanten. I say technically.
Do you ever just cut the Dora? Well, the problem is Ishida
I
really
think
doesn't
it's
want to
fine.
Riichi because the 1,000 is dangerous. That's one of the things that could cause you to lose, is if you lose a Riichi deposit, Fukushima wins, and then just nothing happens the next two hands.
I don't think you
That is one of your ways to
necessarily.
just flat out lose.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to take the Riichi on upon getting Tempai, though.
Well, the thought is if you don't take the Riichi, then you just don't play the hand that way, and that is exactly what happened. It said, if I'm not going to take this terrible Riichi, we're going to maneuver around and see if we get Senpu Kendama. There's your 6-0. If you get the 5, you just take it. But other than that, this is Tempai now waiting on 3-pin for Tondor 1. See 2 of them locked here.
And there's one
I
more.
don't imagine they're coming out anytime soon. Here's a third.
So the weight's somewhat limited, but now Ishida might not be able to cut the 1-pin.
The pause even on the 1 mon. Oh, well, you don't switch it because you're not giving up the door, of course.
I think the only tie
But
you can
there's
switch
only one 3-pin left.
is
Well, yeah, just draw another Dora.
yeah, the door itself. And it looks like Nagata has started his fold.
Yeah, Nagata's hand is just not there. Ishida's under a squeeze. Kawahara has to at least consider what's going on as well. Can probably fold. But again, has to pay attention to the condition that Little has. You cannot let Aoki overtake you and still have Little ahead of Team City Plus. So it's very complex here for everyone except Nagata, who basically is done at this point.
Let's see if Kawahara can, rather Ishida can play the 1-pin, and also for Kawahara, if she draws something like 2-pin, can she play the 3? Oh, Tempai jams the Dora
Shoves the Dora.
against the dealer with 2 calls, making a statement.
A big part of that is the 4-pin had just come out, so it's at least Suji. You don't think it's a Shumpon. It's a possible Doratanki, but when you can eliminate the 2-3, it gives you a lot more breathing room.
At least praying that the 1-pin isn't a Tanki or a Shabo. It goes through. Some life for Ishida and Team Little. 5-8 pin.
Is a 5-8 pin versus 3-pin.
5-8 pin.
Again, if Ishida wins this, then it really comes down to Kawahara and Fukushima.
Kawahara Ishanten as well. So
you don't expect Nagata to ever bother overtaking without any condition.
There are no 5 pins in the wall. Only 2 copies of the 8-pin.
So it's 2 versus 1. 1 3-pin, 2 8-pin. Yeah, there are all those 5s.
That's safe. Oh, the 8-pin!
There's the 8! Out it goes! And Ishida breathes a huge sigh of relief.
Pinshu only with the home ball, with the Riichi sticks collected. That is massive.
Most importantly, the Riichi sticks. And yeah, this is what everyone has to calculate their conditions. You can see the table. Is everyone ready? Is everyone ready? Yeah, we're good to go.
So importantly, the margin between Nagata and Ishida, 4,100.
Ishida is now safe. Kawahara will also declare Doten if it goes to a draw, so you don't have to worry about that. This is about Fukushima versus Kawahara. There's a secondary condition if Fukushima has a direct hit on Ishida, knocking Ishida below Nagata. but the plan should be for a Mongon Sumo. Because Kawahara is dealer, Fukushima only needs a Mongon Sumo. That condition is enough to overtake.
And Nagata not with a condition here, so he's just going to bow out. And that means it's all in
Yes.
Fukushima. It's his hand to build. Ishida has to be careful not to deal into him, but she also wants to win the hand if her hand is good. Close enough to fight with. Oh, and this is...
Yes, Nagata has 0 mathematical conditions because even if you have sumo some sort of triple Yakuman or whatever, it doesn't matter. Fukushima will still end up higher than you as well. See, I guess you could win on a tiebreaker with something along those lines. That's about what it would take. But the problem is...
any like 3 triple Yakuman sumo is not going to be enough Kaguri to bring Kawahara below Ishida.
Yeah, that it would take a triple Yakuman sumo, I believe. That would do it. That is the condition.
Is that 24?
Good luck.
It is 24,000.
It is 24
Okay.
even.
So
yes,
it is possible.
Again, good luck with that.
Right. So we're focused on Fukushima, who pairs up the Dora. I mean, reach Sumo Dora too. That will do it. Oh, but
All right. Well, this is Kawahara. And this is an awkward position when you're the last deal. You just want it to pass, but you don't want to play too passively either at the same time. But it really does feel whether Fukushima can get that Mongon Sumo. And has 2 Doras. That is pretty close to an ideal situation. The problem is the rest of the hand isn't cooperating.
3 pairs.
You have 2 Dora. You have pretty clear blocks. But it must be a Mongon Sumo or a Mongon hit on anyone other than Nagata.
That's a good way of putting it. There's only one realm that you have to pass. With a Mongon. Confirmed?
Well, the other problem is this is not the West seat. So there's an argument to just go for Tanya Dora 3. But of course that requires getting the 3rd Dora.
Mon. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a pair cut out of Fukushima in the near future.
Sakigiri's the 4-so. Out goes the 8. Again, Nagata not playing this at all. Ishida's, well, if you give me a Chiditsu, I guess I'll take it.
Yeah, she's actually building something. Could even just be Itsu.
Another pair here with a 4-mon. Still just a long way to go.
Oh my.
I mean, it could just be Chiditsu. 2-mon does nothing. Tiles not really. There's a Tempai here. Kawahara waiting on 2-mon. Again, if it gets to a draw, you just declare no 10 and you take your win.
Yeah, definitely don't want to keep playing the game if you are Kawahara in this point, and not going to declare Riichi anyway either. There's no reason to make yourself vulnerable.
Absolutely not. Now that 4-pin's a very interesting cut. That signals a plan for Chitoitsu. And Chitoitsu Sumo specifically is so hard. It's 6,400. I mean, I just go 2-3 because it's funny.
You also have the Ipeco ideas.
You can go west. I go 2-3. I treat this as the wall giving me a sign.
There are 2 7-so cut and 1 in hand, so Ipeco's not.
Yeah, that's why you. Well, that's why you think the 8 or 9 are coming out, and it's really easy to call.
Right.
Instead, we see the 8-9 is locked in this hand with the 2 Dora. Fukushima needing to get the blocks together, and the 7-so being dead like that is an issue. That is Tempa. You can just Dama here waiting on 7-so. And we'll do so. Peiko Nomi. Oh, third Dora. That is what you're looking for.
Now the Chitoi plan is kind of out the window.
Well, do you just go 9-8?
You're kind of wondering why it hasn't come out yet. With 5-5.
5-5. 6 allow a shift downwards, cutting the 9 pin. There are some Tanya upgrades, but nope, just throw it back.
Yeah, in some cases it's better to have flexibility in the types of tiles that you can discard, so that makes some sense. Fukushima. Oh,
Another 6. Could switch to a Tonki here. And this is the other problem, is if you'd cut the 9 last year, you should be Dama waiting on 3-mon with the Yaku. Now, of course, you don't necessarily have to take a win on a 3-mon should it pop out, but I do like having the option. 2 so, okay, we're now Ishan 10.
reading the lower so it's better to flip the 5-mon or the 3-so. All the 1-so are out. Or say 3 of the 1-so are out. Yeah, plays
Goes to the 3-so.
towards the 5-mon.
Keeps the Tempai. 3 pin. That's not a fun tile. I think you can shove it, though. You don't have to. This is where having that 4,000 buffer for Ishida is nice.
Yeah.
You're not required to play this hand. And you know Kawahara will declare no 10 at the end.
I mean, you always have to be...
I want the chance to end it myself. And that is perfectly reasonable. Oh, well, I would cut the 8-9 here. Unfortunately, no, the 6s are pretty locked up.
Oh, dear. Ishida always has to live in fear of a random Dama. I guess if it's enough value to...
Is that a Pinfu? I think... No. I have to look at that again. Three pin. I mean, it came out fairly recently. Goes the 1 instead.
CG1.
That is Pinfu on 2-5. So you do have a Dama here.
Lots are out. Now got the completing the fold.
We're almost at the end of the wall here. Okay, I'm surprised that's a 7-mon cut. I'd go Shaw. If you're Kawahara, just get out. You have no reason to be Tempai here. Get out.
Dude, what is our safest option here? I don't think we have any Gambits.
I think it's 6 pin.
Sushi
Goes
7.
to the 7. Similar idea. Yeah, Ishida has no incentive to play this either.
7 still safe. Is this how the game is going to end?
It looks like we're going to have no players Tempai, and that's it. Team 4Cs and Team Little will advance off of this.
What a finish. What a tense final hand. What a tense South round. All sorts of possibilities.
There were some crazy swings there in the South round.
So
But I feel it was South 3 that was much more tense than South 4.
This was quite a match. And in the end, we're not going to have the tie-break scenarios. Everything is going to work out very cleanly. The 2 top teams at 6. That tie doesn't matter because the top 2 advance. Ishida pulling
Correct.
out.
Team Akai going to be at 5 points, and City Plus just couldn't get anything together. So with that, we have some sort of fancy graphic.
We've got at least the final scores for this table. And once again, congratulations to our 2 advancing teams from Table D. Team Little and Team
There
Four
they are.
Seasons tie.
Team Little gets the top spot. Not that it matters too much. But Team Four Seasons, even with the negative score on the points, does enough to get 6 points and advances to the finals. Team Akai, 5, not good enough. The best raw score of any team at the table, but that is not the correct answer for this format. You need the placement points, and Team Akai is eliminated, and City Plus was just... They needed a big game 2, they didn't get it, and then they had to try and high roll game 3, and that didn't happen either. So they are out, and we now have our finals set up. It is Team Orfu, who got in from first place in the regular season, Team Little and Team Four Seasons from here at Table D, and Team Kanemon from Table C.
Yes, we didn't see the finals of that Team Kanemon, but they were playing simultaneously with this series, and in a intense final scenario, Kanemon by tiebreaks will advance alongside our Team Little, Team Four Seasons, and the original Team Orfu. We will have finals in the near future, but not next week. Next week is a different broadcast. A little bit of a gap before we will see this final table play out.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of streams on this channel. Stay tuned as normal. We have, I think, a stream next week for Thursday and Friday, same time, same place.
Yep, Sankei Shimbun Cup will be starting. The next season, we'll get to catch the initial rebroadcast of that. And we'll be cheering on Team WRC as they announce a new roster with a World Riichi Pro member. And we'll find out more details in an announcement later.
All right, well, we know Jenn had to take off. So for Jenn, Nathanael, this is Corak. Hoping to see you next week. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back for the Sankei Shimbun Cup on Thursday.